add myself in here. So this is where we'll do some of the drawing and get going. But before we do that, of course, we need to bring in our co-host. So welcome along, Mr. Cy O'Connor. How are you going, Cy?
Hey, not bad. How are you, dude? You well?
Yeah, good. It's just one of those things where I don't know about you, but it's been quite warm here today. So what's it been like where you are?
Absolutely boiling hot. The sun is out and the sky is blue and it's glorious. Really nice day.
Yeah, it's been a great day for that. Have you done much today?
Nothing, just preparing videos and stuff. That's really it. Feeding the kids, that kind of jazz.
Just the usual sort of stuff. Yeah, just taking it easy and taking the best of these glorious days that we've got here at the moment. So I'll just we'll get started in a minute here, and just while you're just having a few minutes there, just do a few little shout outs here. A Teaser's Life, we've got the here. Thanks very much for coming along. Brett's Builds, who was the first one in, so he gets no prize for being first. Also have, who else we got here? Thought I saw some other names there. Matthew Builds Bricks, hello, welcome along. Bagel Lover, great to have you in as well. And do a shout out to Nolag as well, if he is watching all that. That's great. So we'll get going here. And the topic was TV shows. Make sure you drop some of your suggestions into the comments for what I should be drawing, and Cy will try to keep a bit of a track of that. And we'll go from there. Now, being that it is, where are we at here? So Cy suggested as his first drawing, because we'll get started with that. It was the Enterprise from the Next Generation, wasn't it?
That's the one, yep. What an iconic spaceship that is.
So let's see what we can do with that one. Pop that up there. I'll just get rid of one of these other banners here. Flick that across there so we can do that. And I'll just pull that up here. I'm looking for... must admit I'm not a huge Trekkie, so hopefully I get the right version of the ship. What is the difference between the Next Generation one and the original 60s show?
It's a little bit more streamlined, and the saucer section can separate from the main back section, so you really have two kind of spaceships. So yeah, it does happen quite a bit in the TV show. So you have a saucer section at the front, and that'll separate and can be used as a separate spaceship, and then the rear section is more of a battle kind of spaceship.
Okay then. Yeah, I must have. I've seen some of the shows and films. Not a super huge Trekkie, I guess, just a casual fan more than anything else.
Yeah.
Are you more Trekkie or more Star Wars?
I'd be more Trekkie than Star Wars. Yeah, because I grew up watching Star Trek. It was on the TV every day, and then it was repeated. And we had a friend in America who used to send over the whole season in a box of videos. So I'd spend my time watching the videos from America before they even came out in Ireland. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, yes, Star Trek brought me up.
Over there. Has Lego ever done a licensed property on it, or done any ships on it?
No, I think Creo have or had the license, but if you look at Twitter, you have the original captain, William Shatner, has a little bit of a back and forward with Matthew Ashton, and he's always saying to Matthew, "Why don't you get the license and make some Star Trek Lego?" And he's always, "Oh, we're trying to," and it's banter.
You put the pressure on from there, yeah.
Yeah, that's pressure, isn't it?
Cool. Now I just need to find it here. So, all right. So we got that here. We're looking at the Enterprise Next Generation. So hopefully get this one right. Be a good little warm up one. Probably get like 2 seconds into it, it's like, no, that's the wrong ship. That's the clone one from the 6th episode of this 3rd season.
There've been a few, all right. But it's an interesting ship. The other idea I had, maybe someone else can throw it in, was He-Man on Battle Cat. I thought that would have been another. So there's something for you all you can throw in if you like He-Man or She-Ra.
Or She-Ra. One of those ones, yeah. I just haven't. Because the one that we did a couple of weeks ago with I was on Kevin Hinkle's channel, and he does much the same, and we did movies on that one. That was the one which I chose, and the thing which I didn't realize until we actually got into it was most of it was people. So anytime there's a chance to draw a vehicle or something that wasn't a person, it's like, yeah, we'll do that.
You guys should be picking loads of vehicles out there, because there's loads of cool vehicles from TV shows from the 80s, the 90s, from now, from police shows. There's helicopters and airplanes and everything. So
everything along the way, like, yeah. Once you said TV shows, it's like, I wonder if somebody's going to suggest Knight Rider.
I know, I think of that too. Have you been practicing Knight Rider? Yeah.
No, I just thought it won't be a person, so it's like. But then once you mentioned He-Man and Battle Cat and things like that, it's like, oh yeah, cartoons will count as well. Of course, that really opens the field up to all sorts of possibilities.
Yeah,
right.
Cartoon TV shows, bakery TV shows. I don't know. You can all decide. You say he draws.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see where people's tastes and interests will go tonight.
Yeah. And none of those late night Channel 4 ones, they don't count.
That's the thing I was a little bit worried about, is some of the more obscure British ones, because there's some of them. We got a lot of in Australia, a lot of the comedies from like the 60s and things like that. So, or at least I think they were the 60s. It felt like it. So like Are You Being Served, I think, is one of them, things like that. So, and it was the sort of thing where back in the day, and I think the UK in the 90s had a very similar issue. Like, we only had 2 TV channels growing up, so it was sort of like there wasn't really much. There was like one channel which would do mostly sport and news and everything, and the other channel was everything else.
It was the same in Ireland as well. I mean, I remember only 2 channels, and then eventually the BBC were broadcast in a big way in Northern Ireland, and we were able to pick that up for free, obviously. And BBC were a little bit angry because we weren't paying a TV license to them. But even to this day, you can still get BBC here, no problem. And UTV, when UTV was a thing, which was the Ulster version of ITV.
Okay. So you guys you still don't pay the TV license? Like, that's just not a thing, or?
Well, there's an Irish TV license, because like there's obviously like the Irish version of BBC, which would be RTE, which is Radio Telefís Éireann, which is the Irish for Irish radio and television. But yeah, we have to pay an obscene amount of money for that, and it's you guys are lucky, because with the BBC you get a lot of original programs. With ours, we get a lot of repeats, and some of them are rubbish. Like, and some of the movies they'll put on at 10 to 12 at night, and you're like, it's a bit late.
Yeah, but to get that.
Yeah, but we still pay the license to RTE, to the Irish government TV channel, but the BBC see nothing
out of that.
Not a thing.
Yeah, it's I think in Australia they got rid of the TV license thing in like the mid 70s or something like that. So then when coming over to the UK, it's like, oh, you got to pay the TV license. Like, what? Say what? What are you talking about? You got to pay to watch TV. So that's what ads are for. Like,
the weird thing is, the BBC don't have ads, so you can kind of let them away with that. But on the Irish, on RTE, they have ads, and you have to pay a TV license as well. So
How much is the TV license there?
It's €170, so that's what, £150 or something, I think, is it? Give or take?
Yeah, so basically translates to what it is here, because I think at the moment it's like £152.50 or something like that. Like, goes up every year. So it sounds like, whatever you're paying is pretty much a one-to-one equivalent sort of thing.
Yeah.
What else have we got going on here?
People have put in the chat for their requests. I see yours, Brett. I see your other one, Brett.
What are some of the ones Brett's coming up with? Because it's
Brett,
funny. I always
go on.
No, go.
He has Dobby the House Elf, Knight Rider, which he said he was posting before you said it.
Oh, really?
Pinky and the Brain. I don't think I've ever watched Pinky and the Brain.
That was one of the few Saturday morning cartoon shows we got in Australia from the States.
Yeah. That's looking good, Matt.
Yeah, just thanks for that. I feel it's very much one of these. It's like the first one or two, you can go, yep, that's the warm up. If it's not 100% there, it's like, yep.
Your first pancake is edible and great, and then you get better and better. But I think that's a really good enterprise.
Excellent. It's glad then if I've got a Trekkie per se, and I've done the enterprise justice. Because that's the other nice thing about doing these things, is that you end up drawing things that you've never really drawn before. Like, I've never drawn an enterprise. I don't think I have.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. My diet of things growing up was more American style comics. So in particular, Marvel, DC. I was more a Marvel than a DC fan. So done a lot of those characters and things, but and Transformers.
Oh yeah, I love Transformers. 80s Transformers is the best.
Yeah. Like I get what they, I was amazed when they did the Bayverse one and it came out and it had like Spielberg attached to it and things like that. Like that was something as a kid. It's like you'd never think that would happen, and particularly after the 80s film bombed per se and became more of a cult classic. So seeing that, and then originally walked into the cinema with the school friends that we used to play Transformers, and that was pretty cool. And then walked out. It was like, actually, that wasn't half bad. You go into something like that, and it's like, okay, it's just going to be, because at that stage Hollywood was, I mean, they still are just sort of milking the well, and it was running a little bit dry, and they started doing some of the TV licenses and properties.
Yeah.
Trying to find, where are we at here? I think I might have ended up upstairs. No, that's it there. So just had that guy across there. I think in a second here we'll wrap this up. So these, I'm going to call them red things. Are they like lasers or something?
No, they're the nacelles. They're called nacelles. So they're not the engines, but they're the exhaust pipes, really.
Okay. Sort of on the, I guess, yeah. You think exhaust pipes, and it's like usually a trail behind it, not in front of it. But I suppose it's space, and they do what they do.
Yeah, I think they vent plasma from the engine in a way. So my as far as I remember, there's exhaust pipes.
Okay. Sure, if there's anybody else in the chat there is a Dreggy, might be able to either confirm that or
deny. Yeah, I think they're called plasma nacelles.
Do you have a Lego store near where you are at?
Yeah, it's in Brixton, I think.
How far away is that?
None in Ireland.
Okay. No. All right.
So yeah, it's probably Wales. If there's one in Wales, it's probably Wales or Sunderland or somewhere maybe. It'd be North England as far as I know. So, but I mean the best one to go to would obviously be Leicester Square, for the experience, and obviously London is amazing. But it's ridiculous because they're opening up another one. Are they opening one in Norwich? I think they're opening up another one in Norwich, and Chris from Bricking It was saying that there's one in Manchester, but it's not that great. And I was like, my God, will they not just open one flagship Lego store in Ireland, stick it in Dublin, and then everyone will be happy? Because the whole island is huge. There's 4 million people that live here.
Yeah, it would almost seem like it's a bit of a no-brainer for that. So yeah, I usually think of the stores as divided into two categories. You've sort of got the flagship stores, which are, the Leicester Squares, where they've got the big murals, the characters, they've got something funky. In that case, I think they had the first mosaic maker where, you walk in, take a picture, and that sort of thing. And then you've got just the more retail, which is kind of more the suburban, they're a Lego store. And that's what they do, which is, we've got one of those out near us. And when, the same sort of thing, when we're in Toronto in Canada, went to one or two of the ones there, and they were very much in that retail sort of flavor and things. And then obviously the New York one, just off Times Square, is mental. So all right then, I think we'll call that one there done. And I see the V Gamer has also joined us. Thanks very much for coming along. Never seen you on one of my streams before, so that's great. If you're new, then basically just a matter of we're going through, and the topic for tonight's drawing session is TV shows. So you just, in the chat, if there's something from a TV show you want us to draw, pop it in there, and hopefully we'll get around to it. So let's see now. And Brett's Bills, that ship is never an easy draw. Thanks very much for that. So we had that one. What do we got next that we can sort of have a look here? We got the house elf or night ride. So I think we'll start off with just on a vehicle, and maybe we'll do the house elf. So just come through here. And let's see now. So we had house elf, and that was, I think it was Brett's Builds who made that suggestion. So hopefully that goes out there. So now we come to the next one. I'm assuming that's Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Unless there's always a sort of thing. It's like, oh, the Harry Potter one was good, but no, it meant this other British show that everybody knows about or something. Let's see now, just having a look around. Let's just have a quick little... I'm just trying to think, which way do we want to draw him? Do we want him to be happy or inquisitive? A little bit mischievous.
Maybe a happy elf.
A happy one? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's
go
with that.
Hey, Brick Clicker, how are you doing?
Hey, Brick Clicker, how's it going?
Hey, Noleg.
And hello to No Leg. Great to have you along. Hope you're good. Wonder if you've got a suggestion which you might like done. And we'll start off with the The house elf from Harry Potter. Yeah, because we went into the local Lego store today because one of the other AFOLs gave us a heads up that last night they'd redone the pick-a-brick in terms of they'd got like new stock in, because the stock which they had locally was what they had left over from sort of like February, and they had a couple of the the big leaf pieces, but the bright orange one, so not the green one, but the other one, which I'd seen one of the German pick-a-brick walls during lockdown. We got that, so it's like, oh, I hope it makes it away off the continent and over to us.
That's crazy. Were you in the Lego store today?
Yeah. So it literally they gotten a new order in yesterday, and then it sounds like a lot of the other Lego stores, Lescott Square, what's the one out near the Olympic Park? Is it Stanbush or Strathmore or something? And it seems like most of them have gotten those couple of leaf pieces and things. So
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they last year they had the green leaf pieces, and I think they lasted about a day. Like, it's just because you can imagine like those big leaf pieces, like they to get them individually off Bricklink, they usually work out to like 30p each.
Wow.
Whereas if you do it through the pick-a-brick wall, you can get like a big cup of about 100 for £12 or whatever it works out to, $11.99. So you pay £12 and you get, what is that, about £30 worth of leaves and things, which that's before you consider any sort of postage off Bricklink.
And you see, that's something we miss out on here, because we don't have a Lego store, obviously, so we don't have any pick-a-brick walls. We don't have build a minifigure, and all this kind of you'd have to try and get someone in the UK to send them over and stuff. So it's a bit annoying that.
Yeah, I didn't. Probably more out of ignorance. I didn't realize that there wasn't one in Ireland, full stop.
Yeah, full stop. Like north and south, there's none.
Which is really interesting, because I mean they've previously put all the tech companies and things, everything there for certain reasons, and I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, the Apple headquarters is in Ireland. eBay headquarters is in Ireland. GameStop Europe headquarters is in Ireland, and the Lego won't stick a Lego store into the place.
Into the place, yeah. Which, yes, because until recently, I know the UK government or England has been starting to change the laws around that, because technically everything we ever buy is apparently we're making the purchase in Ireland. It's like, okay then.
That's crazy.
That's because of the tax breaks and things that they get there, but I think they're sort of like, obviously there's a huge amount of revenue and taxation lost, which they're been starting to deal with.
CB Bricks is looking for Ahsoka, the Clone Wars.
Yeah, definitely. That's I can see that one happening. Better be a bit more warmed up for that one.
Yeah.
I feel like a few little the rags and that here. So what have you what's the latest sort of Lego and things that you've been building?
Star Wars and Mario have been the main things that I've been at the past week, because today's Saturday, so they all came out a week ago. So building, getting videos ready, all that kind of stuff. So busy.
Busy, yeah. It's like,
yeah.
certainly once Bricknet managed to get a hold of a few things a little bit early, he just went crazy on that stuff.
Yeah.
Which I think because of him, I probably made a few purchases that otherwise may not have. But I'll blame it down on the kids.
He did a really good job on reviewing everything, like just pumping out videos
Yeah.
every day. It was brilliant. Yeah, good to see.
Have you built many of the Mario ones at the moment?
I only got the starter course, and that was to experience and review Mario. So no, not yet. It's the Star Wars ones that I'm going to concentrate on for now, really.
Okay. Yep.
And then get the rest of Mario over time, because I'm not a big Mario I'm not a big Mario expert. I like Mario, but there's other things that I'd be getting before that, and I'll leave that in the back burner really for now.
Yeah, that was the thing which I was a little bit surprised on London Bricks stream last night, and everyone's loving Mario, and then when it turned around to go, well, what are I think we're talking about what's would be the next thing if they brought out Wave 2, which hopefully they did, and people generally, once you got outside of Mario and possibly Luigi, then just even struggled with characters and things like that. And I guess because I grew up on it on the 8-bit system, you just go, oh, okay, well, yeah, everybody knows about it. But I mean, if it's been the sort of thing where they've gotten people who otherwise aware of the property but not into it in any great depth to go out and purchase it because they're appealing sets or whatever, it's like, okay, well, they've obviously managed to hit something here.
Exactly. Yeah. When I was in the shop, people were going around with near almost full trolleys of Mario stuff, just looking at Dobby taking shape. But yeah, the place was it was a good few people rushing, buzzing around looking for their Mario stuff, and everything was cool.
Yeah, because when we went back in today, like one of the kids' birthdays is coming up soon, and it's a matter of, well, what are you interested in? Because part of it is a matter of, as you know, a lot of the stuff goes on sale quite a bit, and even the Mario stuff, like depending upon where you get it, it can be. So it's sort of like well, what strikes your fancy and things like that. And the one of them was like basically Bowser's Castle, like the big set sort of thing. But it was sold out. Didn't have any.
That was the same in our shop as well. It was just gone. It was the first thing I noticed. I was like, well, there's about 2 on the shelf, and it was like the rest were just gone. So I couldn't understand why that one went so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I do look at it, and when they did all the preview videos and everything, that was the one which really stood out, and it's like, yeah, that looks great. But then obviously you then start to see the price tag associated with it. It's like, okay, yeah, because it's basically £100.
Yeah.
Although I did see that where was it, Hamleys, all their, or not all their, but some of their retail prices look like it'd been screwed up. So they were selling it for what was it, like? Was it £80?
Yeah.
And even some of the other ones and things like that, and where I saw online, it's sort of like, oh, because Lego had told them the wrong prices or something. I don't know. It didn't stick around long enough to figure out whether or not that was true or not.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
The Star Wars sets, like, they flew off the shelves big time.
Yeah, big time. Because even I went into the Lego store last weekend as well, because they obviously had all those, like, everything got released and that. And I think I was there within an hour of it opening, and as I was in there, the staff is like, if you're interested in Star Wars, over there, that final duel from Episode 6 with Vader and Luke, that's the last one on the shelf. So if you want it, then grab it, sort of thing. And then it's like, you guys have only been open for an hour. Like, what? And that's, it's sure, it's not a pure re-release, but it is, it's a set that has been seen before in a very similar sort of shape.
Yeah, it is a good set. It's a really good set.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got it?
No, I didn't pick that one up. I thought it'd be floating around for a little while, so I still see it on the shelves. So not yet. No, with Star Wars, I tend to kind of get not the bigger sets. It depends. I really go for minifigures. So if it's a minifigure that I think mightn't be around, or if it hasn't been around before, if I think it's not going to be around for a while, I grab all those kind of sets first. Because like primarily, I'd be a minifigure collector.
Okay.
Hey, Win in the house.
Hey, Ingrid, great to have you stop by. Doing the topic for the drawing this week is TV shows, as chosen by Cy O'Connor. So if you've got any suggestions for something to draw, make sure you drop it in the comments there, and that goes for everyone.
Pop it in the chat.
Sorry, yeah. Can't do the multitasking thing. Sorry, you were saying about minifigures?
Yeah, no, I started collecting Lego due to my liking of minifigures. So that evolved into getting sets and bigger sets and more sets and everything like that. So yeah, so if I'm buying Lego products, I'm usually going to buy the ones with a minifigure included. And if it hasn't got a minifigure, I don't usually buy it. So that's why I'm not really into Technic. Anything Technic doesn't really float my boat. But yeah.
So if the Lamborghini had a minifigure in it, like a rare one, you'd get it.
I'd be all over it, yeah.
So yeah, note to Lego marketing.
Yeah, stick a minifigure.
Stick a minifigure in it. Yeah, because you probably saw in the 90s they had weird figures. They weren't quite the old style pre-minifigure buildable type ones, but they're something in that vein and flavor.
Yeah, they were longer and a bit odd looking. I have one Technic set from the 90s, and it has one of those figures in it, and they're weird looking. They're kind of like, they remind me of kind of like Jack Stone kind of thing. Yeah,
something around that time. Okay. What do I got here? Now just sad thing is, so it's like you start getting into a character sometimes, like, oh, it's meant to be a quick sketch. Just get a move on.
He's a good one.
And that was quite good, the way that he was able to get freed. That was a good little way of doing it.
Do you like Harry Potter?
It's I do. It's the sort of thing I when the original film first came out, I watched it and I didn't get it. Or not so much I didn't get it, I watched it and it's like, this is beat for beat Star Wars. In terms of the film things and things like that. And it's only just recently the kids have started to get into it and being of that age, so we've started to watch it like that. And of course, being Lego and everything like that, they certainly aren't partial to it. And it's just, I guess, a bit of a perfect storm, because obviously they've just been releasing some of the newer sets recently. And is that second wave CMF thing been official yet, or am I making that up?
It's not official, no, but it's on Brickset, so we're allowed to make videos on it, which I have nearly finished. And once I see things on Brickset, I know I'm safe to go. Sometimes the guys will put the videos up and they get taken down, so you're risking a copyright strike or some sort of strike there from Lego. So I don't want any strikes, so I just keep away until I see it on Brickset or somewhere like, say, someone who's in the LAN. If they put it up, it's usually safe to cover it. Like if Just Too Good or if M&R or somebody beyond the brick, if they put it up, fine, it's safe then.
Yeah. Have you had a copyright strike?
Nope.
Yeah, it's interesting. I got something through from YouTube late last night because I did a stream yesterday morning, and there was we were talking about somebody's Batman Batcave, biggest Batcave or whatever, and I did a share screen, and I think it was only of a photo, and it's come off that, so I do need to go back and have a look at it. But I just thought, wow, that's because for mine it would fall under fair use in terms of, you know, it's a review, it's a commentary,
Of course.
you know, they were credited, and so it's just like, oh, so now I've got to go and deal with that headache.
Yeah, just appeal it, and then it should get taken care of.
Yeah, I need to go through it, and I don't even think it was like a video. It's based upon a still photograph that somebody else on the stream had taken at a show.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, right, this is, because usually try to you know, not rip people's stuff off or anything like that, and, you know, full credit where it's due, sort of thing. So but yeah, it just makes you go, oh, wow, I guess you're gonna have to be so super careful with all this sort of stuff.
Yeah, I usually ask for permission as well from Brickset. I send them an email beforehand just to make sure. And I think they're sick of me emailing them now because it's always like, yeah. Gotta just play it safe, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's and you just, so it's going to be, yeah, one of those interesting things to go through that process and see what this is all about. Because at the end of the day, I mean, it was a live stream, so it's just worst case scenario, just take it down. But if anybody in the chat's had any experience with that, does Brick Clicker come up with something?
Yep.
I had one strike and I got it removed, so I'm all right. I take the risk to bring the news to everyone. Brick Clicker, if you just got a chance, can you just say like how you got it removed? I mean, obviously there's an appeals process. Was it relatively straightforward, or just anything you can comment on? Or maybe that's a chat I need to have with you just offline. I don't know. It'd be interesting just to sort of
See what's going on.
We'll see what's going on, because it tells you the person who's appealing it, and it seems to be, when I've done a Google on them, one of these automatic content ID conglomerates or something. So whether or not they've got some sort of bot out there doing something, I don't know.
It's scary, isn't it? Like that they've got bots watching what you're doing.
Yeah, and it's not like it was a share screen and the person had pulled up their Facebook account of a photo that they had taken. So it's not like it was, you know, I was streaming the YouTube clip or whatever it was for that specific thing. It's just. What do we got here? I think we'll call this a bit of a wrap very soon. I think there we go. So hopefully that it's a good one for you, Brett. Evidence to go. I'm just having a look at Brick Clickers. Evidence to go. Oh, so remove the strike. There's nothing backed up the video gone, so they had to remove the strike, if that makes sense. So Brick Clicker, you're saying that if you take the video down and then appeal it because the video is no longer there, then it gets removed? That's how I'm interpreting that. Yeah, maybe I might just touch base with you a bit off after the stream, if you don't mind, because it'd be good just to have a chat with somebody who's got some experience with that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it seems to be the gist with their. take it away. There's no evidence, and then they remove the strike.
Yeah. I mean, it just seems a bit painful because it's sort of like a 2.5-hour stream for like a 5-second. Well, it probably may have been 30 seconds of talking about it. So anyhow, Ingrid, Dobby looks awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And yep, I think we'll have a look and see what was next. Let's just have a look here. What else we got here? Okay, then. Where do we want to go next?
There was Brett's Knight Rider. There was Ahsoka. I don't know what else.
Okay, let's see now. We got Brett Spills. Mrs. Brett Spills said, "Thank you." Okay, brilliant, excellent. So I guess if that was for Mrs. Brett Spills, then that means that if we try to do one each, then Brett, we can still do another one for you. Which I think the other one he had was it Knight Rider?
Knight Rider.
Cool. I am keen to do Ahsoka, but it's like I feel like I need to be a bit more warmed up.
Yeah.
So I think if I mess that one up, there could be a bit of trouble with that one.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. I think we've got this here. Good. Excellent. We'll just have it there. For anyone who's coming late, this is where we've got the theme of TV shows. For this, you suggest some TV shows or something to draw, and I will try to get through and draw it. So we've got the next one here we have is Knight Rider, which was suggested by Brett's Builds, as the previous one was done by Mrs. Brett's Builds, and that was Dobby the House Elf.
Dobby.
Okay, so put this one here up to Knight Rider. Let's see how this is going to go. I might try a slightly different approach for this one, I think. I haven't tried this, so this might work, might not. Let's see. But we've already got some people in the chat going, what is going on? Different approach. Okay, then. Let's do a little bit of color first. Well, we got the whole sort of TV thing here. Favorite TV show that you had? Would it be Next Generation, or that was just more you wanted to ship?
No, growing up, yeah, that was my favorite show. Watch it all the time. What else was there? Yeah, then Deep Space Nine came along and watched that as well. So I watched all the Star Trek TV shows. But I remember, like, growing up, there was this obscure TV show. You might remember, Brett might remember, Ingrid might remember, The Greatest American Hero.
Ah, yeah.
Loved it. I don't know if it was 1 or 2 seasons, but yeah, I always wonder whatever happened to him. I know that they were supposed to bring out. They're supposed to reboot it actually as a movie about 2 years ago. So I don't know whatever happened to that, but yeah. So that was that, and then there was obviously the animated programs like there was Spider-Man and there was Transformers, but Mask was another one. I don't know if you remember Mask. MAS.
Yeah.
That was
it was the kind of the transforming vehicles per se.
Yeah.
It was new of it, saw the toys. It was just something which it was only ever on like a few times. Like I mean, like maybe 3 episodes or something, and it was like the first episode, the second last episode, and like it was.
Yeah.
Australia was at that time lucky to get anything, and then when they got it, they would just show it in whatever order it was. So it was really hard to really get a good sense of things.
But they had comics and everything here. It was cool.
Yeah. No.
Go on.
No, go.
Then growing up after, Friends then obviously in the 90s was like what everybody watched. That was just on all the time. And apart from Friends, then what else was there? I can't remember anything really being as good as Friends during the 90s. Lately, though, it's been The Big Bang Theory. Really like The Big Bang Theory. I still watch The Big Bang Theory on various different, like on Netflix and stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, it was the other one, which was probably covered a bit before elsewhere, is it didn't seem to be really big here, and that was Seinfeld. That was huge growing up.
Yeah, I never got into it.
Did you guys actually really have it there, or was it just one of those?
No, yeah, it was on TV here. Just I know loads of people loved it. I think Lorraine liked it, but I never got into it. It was, I don't know, I never watched it, so I can't say it was good or not good. But yeah, it was pretty popular here. And what was the other one? There was Seinfeld, and then there was a side kind of thing as well.
Oh, you had Larry David, who was one of the creators, writers on it. He then went off and did Curb Your Enthusiasm, which is kind of a bit of a ad lib with a rough script, where a bit like Seinfeld, where now just Larry David, he does sort of like he plays himself almost, but I wouldn't say a caricature version of himself, but it's not 100% him as a real person. A little bit, in much of the way that Seinfeld was like that as well. Sort of like there's real Jerry and then TV Jerry. Until then, they did an episode with Seinfeld on the 4th season. I think it was an arc of them in the show pitching the show to do to the network, sort of thing. Like it was very self-referential and.
Yeah, obviously there was Knight Rider. Loved Knight Rider. Never missed Knight Rider, and the A-Team as well.
The
A-Team, awesome. I'm giving everyone in the chat ideas now. There was Magnum PI. Watched him all the time.
Ingrid Wynn, Little House on the Prairie. Yeah, I remember that one. That was. I think that used to come on like a Saturday afternoon. So, like, if you're desperate for something to watch, it was that. I'd probably offended people by saying it, but that was it Michael Landon? I think was the star, which seemed to be huge at the time. But didn't he then have a weird death, or not a weird death, but premature or something? I can't remember.
I have no idea. I do remember watching that. My mother used to really like that. And I remember coming home from school and the dinner would be on, and then that would come on and you'd watch that. Or I don't know if you were in the UK at the time. There was another one my mother used to watch called Upstairs, Downstairs. It was was it Victorian? No, it wasn't. It must have been Georgian. Anyway, I think it was around the time of First World War. And it was about the servants living downstairs of the big houses. So it probably was Georgian, yeah. And it was just their life, their story. They were downstairs, and then they weren't lords because they were townhouses, but the people who owned the big houses, but they were Georgian. They would have been terraces and stuff like that, as far as I remember, and just their lives. I suppose if you looked at it now, you might think it was. I was like probably 6, so I thought it was boring anyway. But if you look at it now, you probably think it's very boring. But Ingrid
it sounds like from.
Pardon?
No, sorry, what you were going to say, Ingrid?
Well, I was just going to ask Ingrid if that's a request for a little house in the prairie, and if so, do you want to see the house or a wagon or one of the
The
characters?
stars. Yeah.
She said Michael Landon had cancer.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Remember, it was it was one of those gone before the time type situation.
Yeah, pretty sad.
Yeah, because I don't think he was that old. And I think, do I have a? This might come off a bit heavy, but I'll deal with it. So obviously, what were we talking about just before that one? Can't remember.
We're talking about different. Yeah, so upstairs, downstairs was that's what.
Yeah, that the way that you're describing it sounded like the Times version or that time version of Downton Abbey.
Yeah, pretty much.
Sort of.
There were those kind of things. I remember coming home and kind of there was obviously only one TV in the house at that time, and you had to watch what the parents had on. So if they wanted to watch the news, you'd either go off or watch the news. And but yeah, there was that, and then there were other things. There were usual kind of travel shows and stuff. But the BBC used to have the more interesting things on. There was a few. There was one that Colin Farrell was in. I can't remember what that was called. So that's no use.
I'm just trying. It's Colin Farrell. I get him confused with. I think there's another. It's not Will Farrell. Was he the one who did the King's Speech, or am I thinking of someone?
I don't think Colin Farrell was in the King's Speech. No, you're thinking of the other guy who was in Bridget Jones, wasn't he?
I think so. I'm just trying to remember his name.
Colin Firth.
Colin Firth. That's it. Yeah.
80s. What is School to 2017? Is that a TV show?
Yeah, I saw that there before. It's like 20,000 or 2017 school logo or something. So
what it is. Has to be a TV show.
It might be a TV show that we're just not quite with at the moment.
I bet it's Korean.
No, that's coming from 80s life. That's not like her.
What shows did you grow up with? TV shows.
Well, we had you got some bits and pieces. Like we got a real mixture because you have Australian programming.
Yeah.
Then you'd have some of the British stuff and then some of the American stuff. And again, because much the same sort of thing, there was one station, you had one TV channel. Usually one TV in the house. So if the adults wanted to watch something, and then when you come to the summer, it was practically non-stop cricket. So
out of the house.
You couldn't get away from that, which if you weren't a cricket fan, that probably would have drove you a little bit batty. I'm just trying to think that, Transformers, when it was on, there was some local programs. I think there was a thing called It's a Knockout, which was this kind of, what's the best way, a physical endurance test type. It's really hard to describe what would be the equivalent. I mean, the Americans. Sorry?
There was a UK version of it, and as far as Prince Charles was on it at one stage for some.
Oh, really?
Yeah, with those big, huge, giant earbud cleaning things, whacking people.
Yeah. It was it was that, and I just always remember that then I have these things where the person would go in it, and it was like a giant character, and they'd have to, like, the thing would be, I don't know, it must have been 12, 13 foot tall, and they'd be inside it, and they'd have to lift it up and run with it,
Yeah.
to, like, around an obstacle course sort of thing, and trying not to bash into the other person, and yeah. And then there was a variety show in Australia which ran for years and years and years, like 10, 20, I think 20 odd years or something,
Wow.
called Hey Hey It's Saturday.
Oh,
And it was, yeah, the best way you can describe it is a variety show, but it was quite quirky and had its own personality. The co-host was like an ostrich version of Doc Samson, sort of thing. Like, that's sort of where it was, the way that was going. So, um,
Ingrid says Ninja Warrior was a good show. That was a good show.
mm,
Yeah,
yeah,
I think the other show we used to watch when we were growing up was Neighbours. We used to watch Neighbours every day.
yeah, it was. My sister loved it. I just, yeah, no.
Yeah, and well, we watched it. We watched now that we're older. Home and Away.
Yeah,
Home and Away.
Neighbours and Home Away, they were both on and things like that, and that was always a thing whenever we spoke to, back before the internet, like, British people or something like that. They always knew those two shows,
Yeah.
and it's like, okay, then, yeah, we managed to export Kylie Minogue out of that or something.
Her and Jason.
Yeah. And that was just, not something which is, in my, it's one of those things, you know about it, but it's not really of interest to you.
Yeah. There was another Australian one. Was it Water Rats? Was that Australian?
Yeah, yeah. No, I remember that was a '90s one. It was like a police drama on Sydney Harbour or something. Like,
Yeah. God, I remember when I started working, myself and a friend of mine, we had an apartment together, and we only had 2 channels. We didn't bother paying for, like, the satellite or anything. We had 2 channels, and or 4 channels, I think, the BBC ones. But we used to watch Water Rats all the time, and not Cops or something was on as well.
yeah, the cops, what, the American ones, Bad Boys, Bad Boys. Is
Yeah,
that one?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Start embarrassing myself when I'm on the stream singing away. Okay, well, I think that's Knight Rider.
That is awesome.
I think that's good. That's one for Brett. Hopefully, he likes that one. Let's just sort of see what's happening here. So we got that there. Ingrid Wynn, Growing Pains. Yeah, remember that. Facts of Life. Knew of it, never really watched it. Neighbours was good when Scott and Charlene were it. Yeah, that's who was. Charlene was the Kylie Minogue character. I'm
Yeah,
just trying to remember. Scott, was it like Jason Donovan or something like that?
yeah,
I can't remember.
yep. Gee,
And then, yep, Charles in Charge, Three's Company, and then Hi Brickish, good to have you along as well. And then let's go for, I think we're done with that one. I'll have a look at what's the next one. I think we'll go with Clone Wars Ahsoka. Do you remember who suggested that one?
CB Bricks, I think.
Daily Brick. I'll put it down as Daily Brick.
CB Bricks.
Oh, CB Brick. Sorry.
Lex hasn't turned up yet.
Oh, I just now put that in the wrong place. So that's the one that we'll move on to next. So a quick little look here. We then have. Is there any particular version, CB Brick?
He was the Clone Wars version. He said.
Okay.
British wants to know: did any of you watch Prisoner Cell Block H? That was She wants to know it's Australian. It was
Cell Block H. Yeah, I think that may have actually. I want to say that's like an early '70s show or something. So.
It had real cardboard walls that wobbled when everything. The wall would wobble and stuff.
Let's see now. I think that this. Hopefully, I get the right Ahsoka here. Ingrid Wynn's saying no. I guess that's Cell Block H, is it?
I'd say so. Or she's just throwing random things into the chat. No, yes, maybe.
No, yes, maybe. We'll see. Possibly.
I haven't seen your Ingrid for a while. Hope everything's okay. I saw Gala Gate today for the first time in a while on a different stream.
Yeah, just I think she popped up in the 72-hour stream, and then I'm just trying to think. Since then, I think she may have been on one or two of Sarah Starbrick's.
Yeah,
I don't think I've seen it much beyond that.
She was on Brickitech's live stream today with Roadrunner and Cut the Craggle. So I said hello to her there. Haven't seen her for ages. Brickish liked the 18. Is that a request?
Ooh, yeah, that was something else I watched. Which you always found that funny, in particular the old man. He'd be sort of like, they'd have an explosion and everything like that, and the vehicle would flip over, and then, every single time they'd show people getting up and walking away from it. Like, I think there was a weird thing where they had to show that everybody was okay to keep like the low rating of it or whatever it was.
And I think it was to sell toys. I think it was another one of these merchandise deals that they had as well to keep it extremely kid friendly.
Yeah.
I remember BA got shot one time, as far as I remember. I think near one of the last episodes. I think BA actually got shot. One of them got shot anyway. I thought it was BA.
Yeah, no, I vaguely remember one of them, and then it was like one of those race against time type episodes to really get the medical attention or the bullet out or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I almost want to say it was Murdoch.
Possibly.
Because I'm just thinking that then there was like the tension between them. I don't remember.
Brickish says, "Oh yeah, I request the 18. So, do you want the van, or do you want one of the characters, or do you want the logo? Put it in the chat."
Yeah, it'll be an interesting one to come back with.
Oh, you could really test Matt and have like everything: the logo, the van, and the AK-47.
I think at that stage you'll be like, there's a really tiny little thing over here. It's like, yep, they're all there.
Just a dot.
Mr. T. Okay, then. So if I just draw a neck with a whole bunch of gold around it, I'll be done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Be like the A10's version of Mr. Gold.
Yeah.
What's the story with that minifigure? Is he just a San Diego Comic-Con, or what makes him so rare and sought after?
He was are you familiar with the phrase like a chase character?
Okay.
So basically, he was from Series 10 of the collectible minifigures, and he's kind of he's an official collectible minifigure from the Series 10 series, but I think there was only 10,000 of them made, apparently. So basically, if you found him, it came with a little cert and a special number, and you logged it in on the Lego website, and that's you claiming it as your own. But he's really rare, really, really, really rare, and like he's going for 2 to 3 grand.
Cool.
Yeah, he's really expensive. Now there are lots of expensive minifigures that are rare, like him, and they did try to do this again recently in one of the newer minifigure series, and it was on the check sheet. It was like this silhouette of this minifigure, and everyone was trying to guess what it is. And then eventually it came out, and it was a Highwayman, but he wasn't collectible and wasn't rare. But in the Harry Potter CMFs, the first one, they had a minifigure. Can't remember his name, but there was one to a box. Yeah, one to a box, and he was very rare. They also did something like that with the Policeman in season or series. I can't remember which one that was, but again, one to a box, and they were going for like about up to 50 pounds at one stage just for that. But Mr. Gold, extremely rare. Jang Bricks has all of the minifigures, but he decided to go for a really good custom Mr. Gold, and it looks really good. So I mean, that's the way to go. Get a custom one.
Well, yeah. I mean, unless you've got some crazy money to spend on a minifig, the alternative is, and that's why I sometimes look at when they're doing like Cafe Corner and some of those sorts of sets and things like that. It's like, I know there's probably going to be a couple of specialized pieces in there, but why don't you just part it out? Like,
yeah,
if you really want it, like, I mean, do you consider yourself in terms of your minifigures, is it something you sort of do as investment, or you're just a collector and you enjoy that, or what's your sort of?
No, nothing is for resale. I collect it all for because I like them, and I like to collect minifigures. So I've got like over 1,600 minifigures.
Yeah.
But there would be sets I'd buy, as I said. Like I have the Star Wars Gundam submarine with Queen Amidala in it. She only ever appeared in that particular set, and she's worth about 70 euros. So I don't know what that'd be in pounds, but 50, 60 pounds. But yeah, so yeah, I like to collect minifigures. So every collectible minifigure series that comes out, I usually get 2 sets. One to be complete, and then the other to maybe swap around their heads or torsos, or they have good accessories as well. So no, I don't do it for investment at all. No.
Yeah. Okay.
Pure pleasure.
Sorry.
Pure pleasure.
Yeah. It's the investment sort of thing. I've never like. I get it in terms of supply and demand and things that are popular and da 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 da. But then I look at it, and unlike other sort of collectible, rare type sort of things, yes, if you got something which is mint sealed in a box, that's going to be of a certain value and things like that. But for the most part, it's Lego, so
yeah,
it's like most of the pieces are pretty readily common and available, so you can sort of like build the equivalent. Which, when I look at other collecting categories and things, it's not like, okay, well, I'm going to build the equivalent of this rare 19 or 18 gold coin or something. Like, a gold coin, it's got gold, it has value, provenance, blah, blah, blah. And then the thing which I always found interesting was what they basically did with Taj Mahal. Like, that was just getting ridiculously pricey. So, before they re-released it, it looked like, mint sealed in a box was going for like $3,000 or something crazy. And then they re-released it, and then obviously anyone who had the original ones then was starting to go, well, wait a minute, we've invested in these things and spent serious money on it. How can you do this? And it's like, it's a kid's toy.
So I mean, I'd say a lot of people bought it, built it to enjoy it, and saw the price going up and didn't care, because they always thought to themselves, I have it and it's worth that much money and brilliant. And then there would be other people, obviously, as I say, who'd buy it, put it in a box, put it on the top of the wardrobe, leave it there, and hope to God that it rises to $5,000, and then someday they can sell it on or whatever. But yeah, there's been one or two that have been like that where they kind of re-release something, maybe not to the extent of it being like the Taj Mahal. They re-released the I think it was the Santa's Workshop. No, it wasn't Santa's Workshop. One of the Christmas ones, and it was almost identical to the original. And then the which one? It was, yes, it was the toy shop, wasn't it? And the Death Star, I think, was re-released, and that was pretty similar to a previous one.
The Death Star and then the UCS Millennium Falcon.
Yeah.
So yeah, I seem to recall that one was getting ridiculously expensive, and they're just like, you know what, for £650, if people really want this thing again, who are we to say no?
But I do have the white Boba Fett. It's still in its poly bag, unopened, and that's worth a few quid. I should have bought two at the time because they weren't that expensive. But I don't think I'd be opening that one up just to have on display. I like that just sealed.
Oh, Statudious. Hey, nice to have you in. Yep, it looks like you picked that Ahsoka. And what else we got here? Gingerbread House. Is that a suggestion, Ingrid, or is that just as part of another conversation I've missed?
No, it wasn't the Gingerbread House, Ingrid. It was it was the toy shop. As far I think it was just called the toy shop. And Santa's toy shop, I think it was called Santa's Workshop. That's what it was called. That came out as two different sets, and really irked a lot of people that it came out. But I was lucky; I didn't have the original one. I was able to get this newer version of it, and I love those Christmas sets. They're really fun, really good sets to get. But the Gingerbread House is a really good set as well. A little gingerbread man and woman and baby.
Yeah, because I think last year they did the the Christmas tree, which as a GWP more than anything, I'll give it a purchase, and that was quite an interesting build. I think the kids got a hold of that because I think it was one of those spend X amount or something.
Yeah. Stud Sidious once. Mando season 2, where'd that go to? Popped off. Suka the egg. Since Grey Jawas are his favorite, Jawas have always been underrated. A pack of stun guns. Ingrid was at a yard sale and picked up 2 white classic space minifigures. Now that's awesome.
I just remember because I've kept managed to hold on to some of Lego from childhood, and I know I had a space set in there, and it was the white and blue type space sets, and not one of the really original ones.
Yeah,
I think I got some of those spacemen floating around, but I can't for the life of me remember whether they were, because I can't remember if they were white or. Because the first ones were yellow, I want to say.
Yeah. Do you when you get Lego nowadays, you part it out or keep some of it, or do you keep any of the minifigures, or what do you do with them?
A lot of it is we do it for the kids.
Yep.
If my wife is watching, it's for the kids. So, and they. They enjoy the figures and things like that, but they won't have any qualms to, rip their heads and swap the bodies and all the rest of it. So it's starting to get to the point where there's just a pile of minifig bits and pieces that we sort out because we do a fair bit of sorting. A plug for on my channel. There's a video on sorting and labeling and setting up a system and everything like that, because they also do previously have to rebrick things. So if there's a set or something which might have been retired or whatever, jump onto Lego, grab the instructions for it, and then just build it off the pieces that we have. And because half the time it's just the building experience. If something is, we don't have enough of a certain part or whatever, it's meant to be blue, and you just substitute it in for a white one or something like that. Not too fussed about that sort of thing. But just being kids and things like that too, they're at that age where, they're going to play with something. They're going to be pretty heavy-handed with it. It's going to, the models will get broken up, and you try to maintain them to some degree, but it just doesn't necessarily always happen. So, they'll get broken down and put into the larger sort of collection.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing a lot of people forget. Like on the Lego website, you can go there and either download or just look at the instructions to sets that they have released before. So if you've got a lot of Lego, you should just go have a look at the instructions. You might have all the stuff to build. Obviously, it might be like, stuff from smaller sets or whatever. But it's always interesting to go and look at the instructions that are available on the Lego website.
Yeah, definitely. Because that was the thing. As a kid, we didn't have much of the Lego sort of thing. So you'd be looking in the catalogs and seeing the alternate sets, and just trying to like figure out how they were built. Because obviously you didn't have internet, so you couldn't. If you didn't buy a set, you didn't have the instructions. And even when you did have the set, you sometimes might lose instructions. So you'd just be looking at the picture, which not like today where you get 600 different angles and everything. It'd just be a single one. So you're trying to just work out what pieces were in where and what they're sort of doing with it. And you didn't have the extent of elements and pieces that like you do these days. So if you had something in the similar sort of theme, there's a good chance you'd have a lot of the pieces anyhow. But yeah, I don't. If people want to collect it, obviously, like, invest in it. Because I do make a bit of a distinction between, I guess, the collecting in much what you've said. Collect it because you enjoy it, like the chase of it and all that sort of stuff, and having complete this, that, or whatever. Yeah. But for people who like invest in it to speculate on it and things like that,
I know, I collect to enjoy it, and there's some things I won't open, and some things I'll definitely open. Like, I mean, if it was really, really like something expensive, and say if I'm making a city and I've got I have the Palace Cinema and it's retired, but if I get a city going, that's been opened and built up and stuck right into it. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't be selling something like that on. But there's some of the minifigures. I mean, I've opened up the poly bags and I've put them into the. Do you know the kind of plastic minifigure display boxes? That's where they go. And I like to look at them and just check them out every now and then. And I've got some cool Star Wars ones and some exclusive ones from Lego. Do you know what? I'm really after the business cards from Lego people. The way they've got their own specialized minifigure with their name printed onto the torso.
Yeah, so like the Kevin Hingle type business card.
Yes, indeed. Yes, I don't have any of those, and I'm gonna have to try and get some of those. Hello, Bricks in Lithuania. Welcome.
Hello, Bricks in Lithuania. Thanks for coming along and popping by. It's the drawing stream. So if you've got a suggestion for a TV show, something from that you'd like drawn, by all means, pop it in the chat there. We'll try to pick it up and get to it. Let's try to see.
Yes, sometimes when you put random on the upside, it's true. I mean, you could just be messing around. The next thing you know, you've got half a wall done, and you go, "Okay, I might stick some stairs in there," and you could end up having something really cool or something diabolical. I don't know. A torture chamber or something. I don't know, but Brett wants David Jason from Darling Buds of May.
Darling Buds of May is the name of it is aware of it, but I have no idea what that it's even about.
I remember the name, and I can remember it.
Just think if I just want to leave that one there. I think I'll leave that one there for now. So
Yeah.
there we have Ahsoka. Hopefully I've got the right version. A bit too late now, so.
How's that for you, CB Bricks?
And then Brett's builds, he was an English Kentish farmer. Okay, then. That's the Darling Buds of May. Okay. All right. Sometimes you use, and then Stud City, sometimes when you put random bricks together, an idea pops out. Yeah, definitely. Just sitting there and playing around with things. So, hey, Tech Productions, great to see you in. Thanks for joining us. Today's draw theme is TV shows. So if there's anything that from a TV show that you want to see, you can go through and do that. We'll just pop back through the ones that we've done so far. We've had Ahsoka. We've had Knight Rider. Dobby the House Elf. And started off with Si's suggestion of Enterprise from Next Gen. So, all right, we'll move along to the next one. Where were we at? So, and then a tease has come up with, can you draw Ninjago, please? That's an interesting one.
Who or what from Ninjago?
Yeah. So what else? What was the one that Sidious suggested? It was a very specific.
Yeah. He's typing away right now a bit.
Latin class was Roman mythology. Such a cool class. Latin class was Roman mythology. And then he's got else here. I'm half Italian and took Latin 6 times, so the set is amazing. Anything ancient Greek or Roman would be rad in UCS. Yeah, I think it'd be interesting. Although I saw yesterday, maybe it's a leak. There might be a 9,000 piece Roman Colosseum set coming, which sounds mental. So how? Yeah, I have no idea. I saw it on the internet, so but I mean, I think in terms of the architecture and things like that, that would be a really interesting one to see. Something tells me though that would be a very repetitive build by the time you're doing the 3 levels and all of that there. But I think once you do that, that could be cool. Because what is the largest piece count set at the moment? Is the UCS Falcon with about 7,500?
Yep. I think that has more pieces than the Taj Mahal, doesn't it?
Yeah, Taj Mahal was, I want to say high 5,000s, because I think when they brought out then the Harry Potter castle, I thought it had more. Is that Soka from the Mando?
No, he said he didn't suggest anything, so I don't know what I think he was playing games.
And we had, I thought we had from somewhere, it was Mr. T and the A-Team. Do you remember who that was?
Oh, yes, that was Brickish as far as I remember. Oh, bye, Bill.
See you later, Brickish, was it? Or is it somebody else? Bricks in Lithuania. Oh, sorry.
Bricks in Lithuania. I
is
forget
Ingrid going as well? Or?
Ingrid, no, I think she's saying goodbye to. Oh wait, no, her phone is dying.
I have road to go. I'm guessing that there. Oh, the jar was my bad. I think Sidious is throwing out random things at this stage. So
Yeah, he's getting excited. Jawas, Mandalorian.
Ahsoka.
Yes, oh no.
Was it Brickish who had Mr. T?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's put that there. That'll be the
Yeah,
next
the egg, the egg.
The egg. Now he's just really messing with it. So Mr. T from the A team. B.A. Baracus. How do I... Just looking to see which way to go with this. I think we'll go with that one. I should do that. I think with this one, which I'll do it with trying to think whether I want to do it with a ballpoint pen or
crayon.
Mr. T, spill the tea. What we got going on here? Still undecided with this one. What I should do, gonna try this one in a blue pen. Let's see if this works. Oh, at least the polish on it, sort of thing. Still start off with a marker. Did you watch the A-Team much?
Yeah, all of them all the time. Loved it. The music was obviously awesome, and then like when you're younger, you never realize no one gets actually hurt, and you know, a simple punch to the face knocks somebody out straight away, but they've no blood, but you know, it's just like it was TV magic. It was just awesome.
Yeah.
You know, a car would crash into another car and blow up, and you know, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. I mean, Ghostbusters proved that if you shoot a car, a petrol tank in the car, it doesn't blow up. But yeah, it's better when it blows up on the TV.
Well, that's the thing. You know, I always remember whenever they did like the cars flipping over, they would basically drive into a bush and then it would flip over or something like that, because obviously the bush was hiding the ramp for the stunt guys to do it. And then after a while, it's like, wait a minute.
They always managed to find a bush downtown LA somewhere to do a flip.
Yeah. Well, you had a couple of those shows and it looked like, you know, that obviously must have been filming in LA, so they just go outside LA, and it had that all, you know, whether it was Knight Rider or A-Team or whatever, it always had that same sort of vegetation, the quasi desert type feel to it.
Yeah, they probably just use the same bush. There's a desert actually. I think it's in California. And where they used to film the old the original series of Star Trek. They used to film a lot of stuff in that kind of deserty kind of landscape. But yeah, the A-Team, they always seem to be in the same area as well. They seem to be in LA. Oh, MacGyver was another one. The old MacGyver. That was another one I used to watch. Do you remember MacGyver?
Yeah. No, that was. I think it was when we were in high school that was on, and there's always one person who's like totally into it. And I remember they just were always getting a hard time about it and things like that. And it just became a bit of that sort of thing. What he could do with a paperclip and
toilet roll,
duct tape or something like toilet roll or whatever it was. So, yeah. And there's just, I think I was just looking at the comments then. Stud said something. think. Is it going back? Let's see. My profile picture. Maybe I've missed something here. Jaws with the egg. No, we had that one. Little Colgate. Welcome along to the stream. I haven't seen you around before. Doing drawings from TV shows. So if you've got a suggestion, put it in the chat and we'll see what we can get to. And yeah, that was it. Stud Sidious. Oh, I just killed my 18 one, but don't forget the smoke bomb behind the bushes, behind the Rams. LOL. Yeah. Incredible Hulk. Yeah. Back in we were telling, yeah, it's the stream the other day. It's sort of like, yeah, it's one of the few Marvel things back in the day. So you took what you could get, and you know they did a good job within the constraints that they had before.
Yeah, he loves that show.
Who's that? The
Incredible Hulk. Really liked it.
The Lou Ferrigno one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go try to get the bit of the eyes right. If we do that, then most of the way there. But Mr. T, he always seemed to have the angry face on.
Yeah. What you talking about? No, that's a different show.
Yeah, that was the. Was it Different Strokes or something? I think?
Strokes, yeah.
I remember one time they had the Different Strokes as part of the episode. They went to the Knight Rider set. Like all part of the storyline, and the kid, I can't remember, the Gary Coleman character. You know, they snuck onto the back of it, and he was, you know, a huge fan of the show, and but the Gary Coleman character has gone to somewhere where they're about to set off an explosion or something, and David Hasselhoff character was in character, and Kit was meant to be as like a real Kit, and they discovered him there and saved the day. And it's just like,
that was a cool show.
Sorry?
That was a cool show.
Did you see that episode, or you just meant the show in general?
No, the show in general. I didn't see that one. I thought I'd seen all of them, but I don't remember that one. That would have been a good one. That's something that's never repeated, actually. I wonder why.
I'm just trying to think. You know, I don't think I've ever seen it since the original broadcast.
Yeah. Well, Mr. T actually did say, or BA did say, he used to say, what you talking about, fool?
Yeah, that was and wasn't it I Pity the Fool or something? Or am I thinking of The Simpsons?
Yeah, I Pity the Fool. That's what it was. I Pity the Fool. Yeah, hello, Lex. You could turn up at some stage. The Daily Brick. Ta-da!
Hey, how's it going? Because I think were you streaming a bit earlier, Lex? We're doing your is it Harry Potter Castle?
Stud Sidious says Different Strokes hasn't been on because half the cast are dead. But reruns can be rerun. Just saying.
Yeah, many episodes.
He says in America it's a scandal show now.
What, Different Strokes?
Yeah, wouldn't have thought. I hate the jinx talking about Batman, but Batman, the TV show Batman was really good.
The Adam West,
yeah,
versions. Yeah, I mean that was the other thing which was on, and we sort of grew up with that because it used to be right on after school, just before the 6 o'clock news or something.
Oh really? It used to be on Saturday mornings for us. Oh, Mork and Mindy's another good one. Did you ever see Mork and Mindy?
No, it's knew of it. I don't don't really recall it being on.
Really?
So, because I think they picked up, they definitely had Happy Days, which obviously became a spin off out of that.
Yeah. In the spin off of Happy Days, I think that was Joni and Chachi or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think they did a
Joni loves Chachi.
Yeah, it didn't last or something or other. But I remember watching. I think it was like a YouTube documentary or something. Well, not a documentary, but one of these shows where it was about the A Team, and you had a super fan who was trying to get them all together. Because they hadn't ever really appeared together since the show. Blah 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 blah. So he could get to the Murdoch character, the Face character. He tried a lot to get to Mr. T, but because of his entourage, he couldn't really do it. But the side thing from the was apparently Mr. T and whoever played Hannibal, was it somebody Peck? Was it Gregory Peck or something?
It was Gregory Peck, yeah, as far as I remember.
Yeah, I think it was something along the like. It got to the point where basically Mr. T and him as actors couldn't get on, so they didn't talk to each other at all. So there had to be intermediaries. And apparently, it was because what was it? Because the Hannibal Smith, the actor or whatever, he's like classically trained or something or other, and he thought the show should have centered around him, sort of thing. And it was sort of like, no, the show is a vehicle for Mr. T. So, yeah, and
go on. Sorry.
And so, yeah, I don't think they're able to get the actors together, or there was an issue or problem or something with it. So, well, it's just really interesting seeing that little, behind the scenes tidbit and just how all that stuff sort of plays out, and you're a little bit oblivious to it.
Yeah. Was the host on that show, did he have long hair and a kind of a Yorkshire accent? No, South England accent, Devony kind of accent.
Yeah, because I think he may have, because I think he was, he had the time pressure on him because he was going there and he only had like a week to do it because he was from somewhere. It may have been UK, yeah.
Yeah, I did. I saw that he had a few of these series. Let's get such and such back together, and one of them was Frankie Goes to Hollywood. One was the A Team. There was a few he tried to get together. So yeah, I did see that A Team. That A Team one, that was pretty good. He did. The guy who plays Murdoch was. He was doing a lot of stuff in the UK around that time as well. I think he was on Big Brother at one stage.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't remember his name now.
Yeah, no, I can't either without a Google. It's the sort of thing, if it's not something easy or as a kid that you can recognize and say it, like Mr. T, like you.
Exactly.
I mean, Knight Rider, David Hasselhoff, well, more because of kind of was the show about him.
Yeah.
Or he had such name recognition, but
I think somebody earlier on said something about the Dukes of Hazzard. I think it was just a lot of.
Okay.
It's way back up there. Oh, there was another one with a cool car. It was Starsky and Hutch.
Yeah,
TV show, not that rubbish movie.
Until that movie came along, never even heard of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And the other one like that too was when what was it? Was it Samuel L. Jackson or Shaft?
Shaft, yeah.
Yeah. Again, another one which never heard of until the film came along.
The Shaft, the TV show Shaft was good. I don't remember much of it. There was the Equalizer. I liked that. I think he was he a Scottish actor? I can't remember. There was the Equalizer. That was good. That was an American-based one, and he looked like an older guy. But he used to go around and he had he used to go around with shotguns and stuff. He was like, yeah, he wasn't an assassin, but Hitman reminded me of that show so much. It was pretty cool. All these TV shows popping into my head. There was Remington Steele, with what's his face, the Irish guy.
Yeah, no. Again, it's one of those ones you said the name, you know it. The other one, as you're saying that, like it's kind of weird now. Just flashbacks now that you start thinking about it. So like Night Court. Remember watching that a lot because that was on like at late at night.
That was a late one, yeah.
Like I see you'd have like Night Court, and then it was going into like a very young David Letterman or something.
Yeah. There were loads of shows that, like, I mean, I'm surprised no one in the chat saying all these ones. There was Airwolf. There was there a Nighthawk?
The motorcycle one. Yeah.
How old are you, Sidious? Do you remember any of these? No. He remembers Mork and Mindy. But yeah, they were cool. I mean, Nighthawk with the guns and everything, and it was just like, you're like, oh my god, what's next? And then Airwolf, and then there was the wasn't there? There was Airwolf. Airwolf was the helicopter. Yeah, there was like an attack or something, and then wasn't there a jet, a fighter jet of some sort.
I don't remember a fighter jet, but it wouldn't surprise me.
What am I thinking?
Or the other one, which loved, and we had a couple episodes, Automan, where it was a computer-based character, and you had cursor, and when the car came out of the computer, it was like this Lamborghini Countach, and because it was computer, you know, it could basically do 90-degree turns, and and apparently this is early 80s when they're doing that TV show. It was the most expensive per episode show. It was like $1 million an episode because of, you know, they're trying to do this computer stuff when, you know, you barely got Apple IIe's, like, you know, it's before any of that stuff. So a lot of it was all done with visual effects more than anything, like optical in-camera type effects, and those fluoro lighting tubes and things that when you put it on and with a certain light, it looks, you know, that kind of they're basically doing Tron before Tron on a TV show budget rather than a film budget.
Yeah.
What's Stud come back with? Because
there you go. That's like Sidious. So the Bionic Woman, brilliant. The $6 Million Man was good as well. Gilligan's Island, heard of it, never watched it. The Brady Bunch, Dennis the Menace, Lassie, Swamp Thing, Star Trek, Star Wars Holiday Special. That's his personal favorite.
I'm sure it is. Swamp Thing, was there an actual Swamp Thing TV show?
I'm not sure. Don't remember.
Because I'm thinking like Swamp Thing, DC Comics, Alan Moore type. Maybe there was another flavor or something. I don't know.
Do you remember? Obviously, remember Transformers, but do you remember the GoBots?
Yep.
They were awesome. Underrated. Never spoken about.
Yeah, I think because the main ones that they had, you know, the base sort of ones and things, they were like really simple transformations. Like the more deluxe ones that they had were, you know, quite a bit more advanced and sophisticated and what have you. But I just, in Australia, like they were there, they didn't really sell well or something or other. So yeah, they didn't last for too long, and I think, you know, Transformers is just better with the TV show and the mythology and, you know, getting you to understand that, or maybe just had the reach. I don't know.
Yeah. MASH was another one.
Yeah, MASH. Surprised nobody said Simpsons yet. And the other one which tailed into that was Married with Children.
Married with Children. Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah, that was because that was basically doing the Simpsons in terms of, you know, the dysfunctional family
before
The Simpsons by a few years.
Yeah. Futurama, obviously the voice of Leah
is it Lily? Oh, I can't.
The main character, the female character. Oh my god, it just popped out of my head.
Katie Seagal.
Yes, she. They did an episode, and it was basically her meeting up with this other alien, and they had basically they recreated a scene of her old show, and it was hilarious. On the couch, and he's like, "Oh, get me this and get me that," and she's going around the high heels and the sweatpants, going, "Oh, and they're flushing toilets and all that. It was funny.
Yeah, it's interesting watching some of the Married with Children, like the best of clips on YouTube or things like that, or you know when they talk about it, it's just like there is no way you could ever get away with that show today. Like, you know, it's pretty dicey for the time period, like in terms of some of the stuff they were doing. But you know, in terms of all that sort of fat shaming and everything today, I think I'm going to call that one a bit done. I think. No, actually, just bugging me a little bit. I don't think I can get this light.
Yes, Tech Productions. Leela. You know the way when you're put in the spot and you forget someone's name? So Leela is the character I was trying to think of.
Okay, that's looking a little bit better. So we have Mr. T, 18. Mr. T. Of the GoBots. Leela, yeah. Tech Productions. British Marriage with Children was funny. And Swamp Thing movie series here. My grandmother was a huge hi-fi nerd. She made me watch them eat monkey brains from Indiana Jones, and I was 4. That's obviously stuck with you after all that. Right. So what do we have next? What have been some other suggestions that we've had there? Did Stud ever come back with a?
Yeah, he said Jawas, I think it was.
Jawas? Was it when he's just saying random things?
ATs wanted a TV show from Korea called School 2017. Brixish, I don't know what that show is called, with the guy who voices Buzz Lightyear.
Oh, Home Improvement, Tim Allen.
Oh yeah.
That was another one which is just slightly after Married with Children, and I think they would struggle with some of that content today too.
Tech Productions, yes, we'll put that into the list. The Reliant Robin from Only Fools and Horses. I can see 2017. Gay drama. Let's give this a crack. This is going to be interesting. Is there a? I'll just put it in there anyhow. 2017. That was 80s. Give this one. Okay. Where did I put? So they look like their school uniform is white with some blue highlights. At least that's that's the one that I've seen. Yep. Okay, we'll have to try and remember this. Stud Sidious is looking for the Jawas with the egg.
The Jawa hold up the furry egg.
Are they in the Mandalorian?
I was going to say it's not something which springs to
Oh
mind.
yeah, hang on. Didn't the Mandalorian go and get that egg and bring it back to them, and then they just chop the top off with an edit? I think that's yeah. Was that so they'd fix the Razor Crest? I can't remember.
Yeah, we were holding out on Disney Plus because by the time you have all the other ones, and then it's just like another one comes along, and then because of the phone networks, like here, if you want, you can have it for 6 months for free. Okay. And I think we've watched a couple of the Marvel films, and I mean the kids have watched, I think, most of the Spider-Man animated stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, in terms of getting around to some of the Star Wars things, Mando, and even Clone Wars. They wanted to do that, but as with anything, it's just time.
Yeah, we got Disney Plus for the well, I got it for watch the Mandalorian, obviously, but I still buy my movies on Blu-ray because I like to have the disc, and if there's any kind of cool pre-order stuff. So all of the phase 1, 2, 3 Marvel movies, I have all of those because you never know when some of these services will just decide to take one away or put, especially with the X-Men movies, they're not all on Disney Plus, so I just buy all my movies, and then you don't have to worry about anything like that.
Yeah, no, a bit the same. I mean, Sky in the UK has a bit of a good deal where you buy the film, so they'll send out a physical copy, but then they'll give you access to an instant download.
Yeah,
So because it's good in that regard, because then you go, okay, I feel like watching something, da 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 da. Because there's been a couple of those things where you used to send off the code to, you get, even if you got the physical one, there'd be like, I don't know what they used to call it. Was it ultraviolet or something or other, some weird service or
it
something
was.
where
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can, and then it seemed like every year or so, because you'd have to go on and enter the code and this, that, and the other. And then every year or so, you get an email going, "Hey, we're shifting across to this service. You need to go through and register and jump through all these hoops." And
yeah.
I think they did that like 2 or 3 times, and then it's like, "Oh, we're actually closing the service." It's just like,
And that's exactly why I buy them on a disc. You can't trust them.
well, that, and as I was having a chat with someone today, the way that all the updates to everything, and apparently they've just done this with Windows as well, is everything is basically now you're not actually buying it, or you're basically just renting it as a service now. So you don't actually really own anything, which that's always been the way with the iTunes Music stuff.
Yeah,
Because if you've got it on your Mac, I was going to say your PC, you can do, but yeah, it's sort of like if you say have you've gone through and you've paid for 10,000 songs, da 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 da. The way the license is set up is that's only granted to you.
yeah.
So if you were to, when you die or whatever, your family doesn't get it. It just basically expires
Jesus.
with the way it's set up and things. So yeah, it's just.
So Stud Sidious. Yeah, so we're on the right track. I do remember that scene. It's so if you might have to put in the phrase Jawa holding furry egg, and let's say you get a picture of it. Yes, so they want the Mandalorian wants his ship fixed. So the Jawas are the only ones that can fix it. So they want him to go off and get this egg from this thing. He comes back and they are holding up the egg. I thought it was going to be some sort of like magical thing, but they just animalize this thing was disgusting. It was horrible. But yeah, so Studious, we are on the right track. Brett's build with another mad one. Annika Rice from Challenge Annika. Oh my god!
I don't even know what that is.
Did you ever hear of Annika Rice? No.
Not familiar. Maybe if you start telling me, I might go, oh yeah, that's.
So basically, had a team in a studio, and it was a treasure hunt. So they were in the studio, and there was this woman called Annika Rice, and she's kind of this poster girl of the 80s. And she's a good looking woman, and she had a headset on, and they'd give her instructions. She'd go and get in a helicopter, and the helicopter would fly where she's supposed to go. And it was hilarious. It was called Challenge Annika, so she had to go in this treasure trail chess thing. It's funny.
Okay.
But no health and safety. She'd be hanging out of helicopters and everything.
That's not one of those TV magic things where it's like they show you hanging it out, but they're strapped to a harness in the back or something.
No. This was like, oh my god, is she gonna fall this week?
Is that why people then watched it? Fall.
Oh god. Brett, what is that one? Request the 50p from the Queen's nose.
Sounds like yes. At first you hear some of these things and it's like, is that obscure? Is that somebody actually being serious, or it probably is legit?
Yeah. It's a child's TV series. Is it new? On CBBC, so it must be new enough. We never watched CBBC or the children's version of BBC here. We used to a lot. Like we used to have on Mr. Tumble and in the Night Garden. Not in the Night Garden is amazing. Yeah.
And the way that they made that, I'm just trying to remember. It was that what done on like some ridiculous shoestring budget, and they did it over the course of like, I want to say it's like 2 weeks, but then because of the way that they cut and do everything like that, they then got blown out to the whatever it was, 60 episodes or something. It's like,
I was always fascinated to find out how they filmed that, because because I have a little bit of a background in TV and that kind of stuff, so I've often wondered how they did that, because they had proper people in suits, and then they had other things that were obviously puppets. But the set obviously wasn't huge because of TV magic, but it looked enormous. I'm gonna have to, maybe there's a behind the scenes on YouTube somewhere.
Yeah, because the way that then they'd do that whole sort of thing where they'd go into that train which would come along and shrink down and scale up, and there's trying to remember, because it was a while ago for the kids when they were watching it.
The original Star Trek made you think you were in space, but it was just on a table.
Yeah, and then the way that they did that, the teleporter, whatever it is, was just like water reflecting, or being tapped on a table or something. Like it was actually really basically done, but one of those things where it was just done really well.
Yeah. And the stars were like, they were on a curtain that was just rotating on kind of two. I suppose there were like two rolling pins, one either side, and they were just gently turned around. I don't like finding that stuff out, because then you go, it's not real.
Yeah, I think done some storyboards and stuff for film and TV and what have you. These days, if I sit and watch a film, I'm just analyzing, like, what's the shot they've done, high angle, low angle, close up, this, that, the other, how they're translated from this to that, and you just never switch off from it. So
because I studied some of that in college, and sometimes if we're watching a TV show, I'd say to Lorraine, what, that doesn't make any sense because blah blah blah, and she'd shut up, analyzing it. And I'll be like, oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Ruining the program.
Yeah. Yeah, stop doing that. So when I last week interviewed Nathan Diaz, who was the first winner of the Lego Masters UK, was really interested in just the production aspects of it in terms of, you know, how they were doing it, and because you see those shows and you sometimes just wonder, you know, how much they distort reality.
Yeah.
Because spoken with somebody who was a contestant on one of the very early UK Apprentice shows, right. And they're like, they distorted it so much. Like in episode 1, there might be a comment or somebody saying something which didn't actually happen until like episode 4 and things like that, because they just wanted to tell the story. So.
Yeah, I mean, TV is great, but you do see a lot of that kind of reality stuff that is, you know, portrayed in a different way. Not portrayed in a different way, but kind of the episodes might be, as you say, re-edited into somewhere else and stuff. The funny thing is sometimes they actually forget to edit some of the context in, and you're left sitting there going, what are they talking about?
Yeah. I think we'll just do a couple of quick things here, and we might call this one done. So, although there's still a couple. What's happening there? So, in choosing the TV topic, was there any? Were you just trying to get an enterprise ship, or you just thought like the idea of it? Is there any particular rhyme or reason?
No, I quite like that one. I quite like that. That's my favorite one, I think. Out of the whole of those particular generation was there was one in Deep Space Nine which is pretty good as well, and I just cannot remember the name of that one. But yeah, no, I love the Next Generation, so I love that particular Enterprise. Yeah.
So what's the other one, which I think only did like one season? Was it Voyager? It's like a 90s one.
No, Voyager had about 5 seasons. It was one of the newest ones actually, and that had 2. There was you know, they all had a good run. They did. Voyager, the first season of Voyager just was so boring. I didn't like it at all. I had to give that a good go, and then it got quite good. A lot of people, most people into Star Trek hate it. I don't know if that's just down to the fact that it was a female captain, but it took a while to get going. Deep Space Nine, I think, took a while to get going as well. But then I really got into that. That just turned into this amazing, epic TV show. And what's annoying is you could get a TV show like Star Trek and you could have a really good story in an hour, less than an hour, because it adds. And then you go and see one of the movies in the cinema with no ads. It's an epic thing. And sometimes I was bored with some of them. I was like, oh God, you managed to captivate me for an hour. Or if it was a two-part, 2 hours, and then you go to the movies and you're looking at this thing and you're going, oh, hurry up and be over. There was one episode of Next Generation, I think it was called Time's Arrow, and it was a time travel one. I really like when a TV show like that does time travel, like Stargate did time travel and Star Trek did time travel, and it's just kind of cool the way, you know, in this particular Star Trek one, they went back to the Wild West, and Data ended up losing his head and it was left in a mine. And in the future, where the guys are on the starship, they get contacted and they have to go back to Earth, and they see that Data's head's after being excavated. But I mean, it was like a movie. It was two-parter. It was brilliant, was captivating, but then you had some of the Star Trek movies, and some of them are not good. Some of them are great. The Undiscovered Country is my favorite one.
Was that 6?
It was a high up number. It was either 5 or 6. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. Watching. I think it was it 2? Maybe it was 3 and 4, and that was time travel. And I thought the way that they did that one was interesting. That they had to go back and get a whale song or something.
Yeah, that was the Voyage Home.
Yeah. I'm just trying to. For Sidious's one. We'll move on to that. The scene in The Mandalorian where the Jawas hold up the egg. I'm just trying to see if there's a Jawas cruise in that. There's no easy reference which is popping up for that. I got it where he's running along with what I think is the egg.
Yeah, I think he wanted. There's a part of the Razor Crest with the back down. Oh no, it's the I think the Sandcrawler has the back down, and they're standing on the back of the Sandcrawler.
Let's see if we can pull up. Yeah, I can see the thing where it looks like him and the child are walking away from it. Isn't the internet a wonderful thing? You can pretty much find anything. This is becoming a bit of a tricky one to actually find. That's a story. What else we got there?
Yeah, Tech Productions wanted to see if you could do what was that one? Oh, the Robin Reliant from Only Fools and Horses.
Yeah, I saw that in the in that there. Yeah, we got that one after this. So was it the scene when the Jawas hold up the egg? No wonder why I can't find it. I've been looking for the Mandalorian holding up the egg.
No,
It's like, okay. Jawa egg. That makes a bit more sense. Okay, I think I got it now. Cool. All right. So that's the next one that we're moving on to. And then a tease, thank you for the previous one, which was that 2017. Okay, so got the Java's holding up the egg.
Okay, this should be good.
Although probably the one which I'll do, it's like that's the worst possible angle. No, it could have been so much better. That's always the thing with this, is that when you're not 100% sure the storyline or the context.
Yeah.
I'm trying to just take a bit of a stab at it.
That was another one, Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Oh yeah. remember having housemates, and it was a holiday, and I think for literally they just got all the seasons and just played it back to back every single episode for the better part of like 2 weeks.
That's
And it did
mad.
the sort of thing like that. It played it in its entirety, so they wouldn't skip the credits or anything like that. It's just everything. It's just like,
Wow. Hello, Solo Brick Builder. Hey, Darren.
Hey, Solo. You may have actually. This is the thing with Solo. He must have it like with Brett's builds. He's got a sense. As soon as there's something like train orientated, he pops up. Solo. As soon as I have a stream and there's something Star Wars, bang, he's in.
Yeah.
I think the last time it was somebody was slagging off Star Wars, so he was in and then he was out.
That's hilarious. You leave Star Wars alone.
And they've got their little. Are they red eyes or do they have some sort of goggles on?
I don't know. I'd love to know if they're organic. They must be organic, aren't they?
Yeah, don't know. I'm sure Sidious will be able to comment in there.
The two of them, yes, Solo and Sidious, be able to tell us. Are Jawas little robots or are they little organic people, and why do their eyes glow?
And is that their eyes or is that goggles? Or
True.
And we'll probably get the origin of them from Day Dot and in the different media, and if it was canon or legacy or all the rest of it.
And then the two of them be fighting in the chat. No, it's canon. It's not canon. No. Yeah, that egg is like caviar. So Sidious saying the chant suka, suka, suka. Jawa's obsession over the eggs like caviar. And Solo says are organic, just sand creatures that have evolved. Oh, interesting.
Okay.
They're good little mechanics, though, aren't they?
The mechanics, or they're just sort of opportunist traders?
I thought they were just opportunist kind of scrap dealers, but they went off and they fixed the Mandalorian's
Okay.
Razor Crest. But that was in bits. And they managed to fix it up.
And get it all done nicely, yeah.
Yeah. Because when it got wrecked, I was thinking to myself, oh my god, there's some bits. How are Lego supposed to, sell the spaceship now if it's in tatters?
That's easy. Here's a box of bricks.
Yeah,
we didn't even have to design it.
And I don't even think it took them that long to fix as well. That was like, oh, it's going to take them years to fix, and they had it done in about half a week.
Yeah, I sometimes don't like it when shows and things do that, because then all of a sudden it sets that precedent that it can always be repaired very quickly.
Yeah.
And so if you ever then have any dramatic beats that involve that sort of thing, then following it, you're less inclined to believe it, which is one of the, without getting into too much because it could trigger a war, but the latest Star Wars film, it's like the Kylo Ren character in that film it's been out for longer than 6 months, so spoilers, anyone. He dies like 3 times in that film. It's like, okay, we did the first one, and then he comes back to life, and it's like, okay, this is what the rest of this is going to be. Great.
Solo says they're not mechanics.
In the man, they have gray with red eyes. Okay. In the original, they were burgundy color with yellow eyes.
Yeah, I knew I saw yellow eyes. I wasn't sure.
That's exactly why. Yeah.
So are the eyes goggles, guys, or what are they? Or are they their eyes? Why have they got glowing eyes? If it wasn't,
And
Google it.
given that I'm looking at this, the frozen one, hopefully they're sort of in that sort of shape. I'm sure for the purist out there, they're probably like, no, they're a quarter circle with a 3-inch circumference.
Solo, do you have any requests? It's TV shows. If you want something from a TV show, pop it into the chat. We've already done Ahsoka. We've done BA from the A-Team. We've done. Who else have we done?
We start off with the Enterprise. I think there was a Knight Rider in there somewhere.
Yeah. Kit was in there.
Kit, yep, Knight Rider. We did a K-pop one, which you should be able to guess pretty quickly where that request came from. And I'm sure we've done another one.
Yeah, what did Brick want? I can't remember.
Well, after this one, we might do a quick little run back through them. So at that point, we go, that's right, yeah, that one.
Yeah. What other TV shows did you watch when you were growing up?
I think we started to cover a lot of them. I mean, Simpsons was a big one.
Yeah.
Just when that came out and that hit, and I think it was a combination of everything, like the fact that people were up in arms about it. It was one of those things which then drove it. And the first, I think, much like what a lot of the internet, somewhere around the 9th season, particularly the episode when they revealed Principal Skinner was a fake, and I think around about that point, that's when it really lost its way. But then by that stage, a lot of the original writers had moved on. Much of the staff was no longer the original guys.
Yeah.
So you could start to see why.
You see a lot of people. Sorry, go on.
No, you go.
A lot of people say that they don't like it anymore, that it's not funny and it's not entertaining. I still love The Simpsons, and I watch The Simpsons every day. I still think it's entertaining, and I still get a laugh out of it. But what did you think of the progression with the animation from where it was right up to now? I don't mean like with the CGI. I mean like the way they actually drew. Like Bart looks completely different, not completely, but he looks a lot different, and Lisa looks way different than she used to as well. Even Homer's face. What do you think of the way they moved on?
I think certainly between I think it was the first and second season, or maybe it was the second and third. It was really sketchy, and then you could tell, the first season or two they were just doing it to get it out the door, and then they had a chance to then come back and really define the style guide and everything like that. And I mean, that's the sort of Simpsons I think of and grew up on. So you can tell when you're watching a really early episode season. The more recent stuff, I just think it's slight little tweaks around the edges and things, and I don't really. It doesn't bother me so much. Admittedly, I don't watch a lot of it, or really any of it anymore. Because the thing which I found is, and Australia was notorious for it as well. They treated TV shows and the audience with a fair degree of contempt. So it'd be sort of like, okay, new episodes of The Simpsons every Wednesday at 8:00. And so they promote it for the week and and then this is about the time that Big Brother was becoming big. So, and Big Brother was on right before it. So if there's any interesting storyline in Big Brother, they would just bump it. So they'd promote The Simpsons all week for a new episode. You basically get to the time slot, you turn it on, and it's like, oh, Big Brother's overrunning. And they're going to overrun it, so then the Simpsons not there. And it's not like, then it's like, well, what happened to that episode? And it'll be, the next week the schedule would be like the episode after it. And they'd either do the same thing, or it would be like they'd have it on for 2 weeks, and then it wouldn't be there the next week, and it wouldn't be there the next week, but then it was there the week after for an episode, and then the week after. Like, it was too irregular to actually be able to commit to watching it, and lots of shows suffered from that. And then because at that stage it was running like 6 to 12 months behind the US release, you get halfway through a season and then they just stop it. So you're halfway through a season, then they'd randomly pick it up, maybe a couple episodes around Christmas and New Year's. And so that's why I think, when piracy really kicked off, it was the sort of thing Australia per capita was one of the worst offenders for it. And it's because you couldn't, trying to watch a TV show and series in Australia was just so difficult because there was no rhyme, reason, consistency, or anything like that. So I think people just had enough of it. And so, like, we, apart from the fact that they were 6 to 12 months behind, we'll just pirate it, download it, like, so very quickly that all got out of control. So then it was really interesting once that really kicked off. Then all of a sudden the big promotion was like, oh, within 24 hours of being released in America, it's on the Australian TVs, because it's sort of like, by the time it had been so pirated and everything, if the network then brought it to TV, your core audience had already watched it and not interested.
That's true. Yeah, they kind of killed it off. RTE in Ireland did that with The Walking Dead. I never watched on that one. I always watched on Sky, but they'd have it on for like 3 or 4 weeks, and then they'd change the day or the and they wouldn't give you pre-warning, and then it'd be on somewhere else on a different. They'd swap it over onto one of their other channels, and loads of people have lost out on different episodes of it and stuff like that. We have okay, Solo is looking for one of two things. So he's looking for either Thunderbird 2 taking off, because that was a big part of his life, or we have the Planet Express ship from Futurama. Now, I'd like to see the Futurama one, but it's up to you.
Yeah, it's let's try to think, either one of those. How do I make the decision with that? It's like, how can I put it back to you guys? You guys go and draw straws. Sort it out. Tell me the result.
Do one half the Thunderbird, do the other half the...
That could be interesting.
And he's barbecuing in the dark. That's dangerous.
Well, it depends on how much fire's coming off the barbecue. You can probably see it. It's probably too hot to turn a light on.
Yeah, but you could get a pigeon coming too close and fall into the flames.
Okay, that's a quick one with the Jawas holding up the egg. Hopefully, that gives Sidious his skip works well.
That's awesome.
Have the Thunderbird ship taken off and have the Futurama ship in the background. Okay, that could be an interesting one. Yeah. So just a quick little recap on what we've had so far. Where are we? If I just get that out of there for a sec. So we have the Jawas, 2017, K-pop, Mr. T, V.A. Baracus, Soka, Knight Rider. That was the other one, Dobby the House Elf. And we started off first with the Enterprise from Next Generation. Okay, so what was the next one? Was it Robin
Yeah,
something?
Robin Reliant, yeah.
I was going to think Robin Hood.
Robin Hood.
Okay, so let's see. Put that one in the comments there.
Gross.
Robin, Fools and Horses, was it?
Yeah, Robin Reliant. Did I spell it wrong? Of course. Yeah, Robin Reliant from Only Fools and Horses for Tech Productions. And Solo said he'd eat the pigeon if it fell into the barbecue.
I suppose, yeah, it's if you get it cooked to the right thing, it's just kind of chicken. So okay, so is the Robin Reliance like a little three-wheeler yellow car thingy?
Yep.
Are we looking for one? Okay.
Yep. That will be it.
That would be it. I've never.
You've never seen one, no?
No, I've seen like similar sorts of three-wheeler car type things. Because didn't a lot of these ones come out of like the old communist bloc countries?
Probably, yeah. Robin Reliant, although it sounds like it could be a British car. Robin, I think it's a British car.
Maybe. I'm sure we've got angry chatter about to pop up in the chat. It's British.
It must be a British car because that TV show came out before the fall of the bloc, before communism fell. So, like with the is it a Trabant? Oh, I can't even pronounce that properly. The Skoda and Trabant. I can't remember, but they all came out of the communist bloc. But I think the Robin is a British car.
Oh, quite possibly, yeah, because it's. I mean, the British auto industry has always been a bit of an interesting one because we've always had some really mixed bag of cars. Like I'm sure there's going to be people in every one which sort of love it, but obviously for me it's like the Mini, and is it like the Range Rover?
Yeah.
Obviously, what's Jag, Aston Martin,
Miners and stuff. Yeah. So Solo says it's a British Leyland car. So I remember when I was growing up, I used to see those Leyland trucks all the time when I used to go over to see my uncle over in the UK. I think Leyland, yeah, it was big trucks. I think I used to remember coal trucks with the Leyland badge in the front.
Yeah, it's got really weird proportions. Like when you're drawing like cars and things like that, you get used to like just sort of seeing where things are relative to one another, and it's like, okay, yeah, this is challenging.
Yeah, Solo's given out to us. Do you not know where the Robin Reliant was made? Yeah, so sometimes when they turn a corner, they'd actually the front corner would fall down onto the ground.
Yeah, you can see where if the center of gravity moves to the wrong spot, these things are tipping over pretty easily. Because what are other three-wheel type cars? I remember that somebody in Australia once had one. I'm just trying to remember. Was it an Oleg or O?
I think that had two wheels at the front and one at the back, did it?
Yeah, something like that. And then was it it was a very popular Yellow Pages ad. It was like a Go-Go Mobile was the other one or something. I don't know.
I'm not sure. That one.
But yeah, it's like, it's interesting how they then also rebadge different brands and things like a Vauxhall It's an American car. It's a what do they call it? General Motors, effectively. So then they have in Australia the version of General Motors, and they don't call it a Vauxhall, they call it a Holden, and it's basically the same sort of cars and things.
Yeah.
So it's just weird seeing that.
The Vauxhalls are called Opel over here.
Okay, so you've then got it different again.
Yeah, so like if we see a Vauxhall over here, it usually has a yellow registration. Exactly, yeah. Or an Opel is what we have here. And that's, I don't know if it's, I don't know, are they German cars, aren't they?
Which the
Vauxhall, or are they British, or are they
no,
made now?
oh, I don't know whether they're made, but they're the parent company is General Motors, which is the American one of the American Detroit companies.
Yeah, so Solo's saying Vauxhall, Opel, and Holden, all the same cars. They're
Yep.
nice cars.
Yeah, it's usually just a different badge on it, and yeah, the ones in Australia they usually go for the bigger petrol guzzling ones, or traditionally they have. Certainly in the last 20 years, as you know, petrol prices have gone crazy and things like that. People are a little less inclined, but it's kind of yeah, they do crazy things with or they used to the sub brand, which is called a Monaro, and that would be like the performance version of the car.
We'd always hear in Neighbours and Home and Away people getting a Ute.
A Ute, yeah, it's a weird thing to, because it's not like the American sort of version of it is like your pickup truck sort of thing. Your Ford F100s and F50s and things like that. So it's kind of a bit like that, but it's quite low to the ground, and the tray at the back is just a stranger shape.
Yeah.
So yeah, very 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 big with trades. I mean, of course, you get similar to here, like in terms of white vans and things like that. But usually, if they're a bit more, wouldn't say heavy duty, but you can put a couple of tons of dirt in the back of it, and it's not going to worry it, sort of thing. Like it can be designed for that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Whereas, if you did that in the back of a white van or something, you might be having a few issues.
Exactly.
Actually, I don't want to just take this a bit of
Sidious was Simon and the Land of Chalk Drawings. I remember that. I liked that show. That was pretty cool. I'm surprised you heard of that one, Stud Sidious. I thought that was a very, very UK Irish show. No one mentions nobody mentions anybody like Postman Pat or Fraggle Rock or the Muppets or where are you guys?
I think they're in bed tucked away.
Yeah.
It's funny. There's been a few shows that you remember as a kid that you absolutely loved, and then you go back and watch it, and it's like, oh boy, this didn't age well.
Yeah.
For me, Fraggle Rock was definitely one of those. Like, I know people love it and things like that, but it's like I remember used to, again, that was one of those shows that rarely ever came on, but you would always make a point to watch it and things like that. And then tried to watch it, 10 years ago or something like that. It's like, I don't know what the appeal is anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, is there any other shows that you fall into that category? It's sort of like nostalgia, and then you see it's like, oh, okay.
I'd have to think about that. I'm not sure.
because He-Man was another one of those sorts of things. I mean, you sort of at the time thought it was great and everything, but you go back and you watch it, and it's just like the amount of animation that they're reusing and just doing like really basic things, like where you just pan one thing against the other because you don't have anything else moving.
Yeah, I suppose when you're a kid, you don't notice stuff like that. But when I tell you what, I don't like when they come out with new versions. I know I shouldn't say it, but I hate when they come out with new versions. The newer version of the Transformers is muck, and so is the newer versions of He-Man. I just don't understand why they had to change them so dramatically. But yeah, no, I can't think of anything like that I'd look back at and go, ugh.
And the other one was it was an obscure, I think it was a Japanese one, Lost Cities of Gold.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
Or, yeah, one of those ones. Depends on what region it was. And the other big one was Robotech.
never heard of it.
Really?
No.
Okay. You know the Jetfire character from Transformers?
Yeah.
In Japan, there was a whole series based just on that jet, which was called Macross or Robotech. And being a Japanese anime, the thing which really struck out about that one when we saw it was it had a continuing storyline.
Right.
So, the first 36 episodes was one big story, which up until that point, when you're watching Transformers and He-Man, it's sort of like, okay, you've got 22 minutes to introduce new characters, have some sort of a plot so we can, sell the new toy version of it or something.
Yeah.
So any sort of continuity and things didn't really happen. But that was the first show I remember watching that. And it's like, oh, actually, there's a larger plot developing here, and you're moving from, what happens today has a consequence in a show 5 episodes down the road.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure it's not the first cartoon which ever did that, but it's the first one which I saw, and I just remember that being, that having that story element in there was just so much more engaging than the toy of the week effectively, or the freak of the week, or whatever.
Yeah, no, I don't remember that particular one. I'm trying to think of what else I used to watch. Paddington, I suppose, when I was really young.
Okay, yeah. Very sort of British.
Yeah, well, you see, they were all on BBC, so
yeah.
There were Irish TV shows for kids, but you'd never have heard of them. There was Bosco. There was Bosco. Huh?
Bosco. Is that what? Yeah, I think that was the wife has always spoken about that one. It's like, did you never get Bosco? It's like, what are you talking about?
Was your wife Irish?
No, but originally grew up in Scotland, so I don't know if maybe there was a connection or anyhow. But yeah.
Yeah, Bosco.
Was that the cat, or am I thinking of something else?
No, Bosco was this puppet, and he used to live in a toy box. He was a toy, but he came to life. But it was really, really cheesy 80s kind of children's show. But there was a section of it every week, and it was called the Magic Door. So there was a knocker on the door, and they'd knock, and there was a little rhyme, and they usually ended up going to Dublin Zoo, but looking at tigers and all that. But it was when you're a kid, it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
There's no one Irish in the chat, so no one has a clue what I'm talking about. The cat. There was a cat. All right, he was Bagpuss.
Bagpuss, yeah, that was the other one. I was like, Bagpuss and this, that, and the other. It's like, no, sorry.
But I think the Americans really kind of had it in the bag with kids shows. They really did a good job of them.
In terms of the marketing aspect of it? Or...
I suppose, yeah, the marketing, because it was all explosions and colorful, and there was there was another one that I was trying to think of, was kind of anime, and it wasn't anime because it wasn't made in Japan or Asia. It was American, but they had these kind of bird outfits on. I just can't remember what that was.
Oh, you're thinking of, no, that is anime. G-Force Battle of the Planets.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, no, that definitely was. And then that's got a long, complicated history, which even I don't quite understand. I think there's a YouTube channel, I think it's called Toy Galaxy, and they went through and did a lot of stuff on how that was, because it was sort of like, you had the Japanese version, and then when it was westernized, they did this sort of thing to it. But if you're in this market, they did this, but then they released it, and then there was problems with it. So if you're in this market, which they hadn't released it to, it became something different again. And then there's the company which then had the rights to it went bankrupt or whatever. So then it was sold on to somebody else, and then they rebooted it, but then they only had access to limited parts of the animation to it. So then they had to rejig the story, and it's really complicated and messy. So
yeah.
But yeah, I remember that because you had the main spacecraft or whatever. It would become like a fiery phoenix or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. Okay, I think we're starting to get there with this one. Can't remember what was it drawing in. It was like Robin from what's this?
Yeah, Only Fools and Horses.
Did you ever watch that show, or?
Yeah, hilarious.
The basic sort of premise of it.
You had this Cockney London geezer, wheeler dealer, had his hand in everything. Some of the stuff fell off the back of a lorry, or most of it did. And had this brother who was a bit of a punker, called Rodney. And it was just these two brothers basically living in a flat in, I think it was Dagenham. Dagenham, actually, they lived in. And he was a wheeler dealer, and it was cool. The evolution of the characters was brilliant. It's a really old show, but I think they eventually won the lottery.
Okay.
But it was cool. There was this Batman and Robin scene, and it was just so funny. You have to get to it. You have to try and watch it if you see it again.
Yeah, if you get the chance to.
That looks good.
Pull a thicker line off it. Yeah, no, I think we'll call this one done. Although I just saw the interior could use a little bit of a quick little hit. Does that need to be that?
Yeah, Solo says he laughs every time he watches it. All of it fell off the back of a lorry. Like, he was trying to sell off these Rolex watches and different types of products, and anything you could think of to try and sell. But it was so funny.
I suppose that's the thing. Depending on whatever the item he has for that week, then you can have a lot of mileage from a story point of view.
Yeah. And some of the technology was really old, like it was like VCRs and stuff like this. And it was an old show. David Jason is the guy's name, the main character. David Jason.
Was it? Sorry, who am I thinking of? Open All Hours.
Yeah, the guy. Yeah,
is that him?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because it was the name was familiar. younger guy. And then I think years later they then did it because he was was it Granville or Glanville?
I think he did was Open All Hours, or was that Ronnie Barker? I'm not sure. I can't remember. Someone will tell us in the chat. He was also the voice of Danger Mouse.
Okay. Yeah, the other one we saw a lot of was Get Smart.
Yeah, I loved Get Smart. That was amazing.
And of course, the other British classic, The Goodies.
Yeah, the Goodies were awesome too. They were hilarious. And then you obviously had what was the group that they were all in? Spike Milligan and John Cleese.
Oh, was that
Monty Python?
Monty Python. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was thinking of that earlier. I couldn't think of the actual name of it. Between that and then the follow-up, or his follow-up, Fawlty Towers.
Say that again.
John Cleese, I think he's the actor who then went and did a program after that called Fawlty Towers.
Yeah. No, I was just reading what Sola was saying, so I find it hard to multitask. But yeah, no, Fawlty Towers was brilliant. Sola says, "Yep, it was David Jason and Ronnie Barker. Yeah, they were both in Open All Hours.
Yeah, they're both in there because Glanville was the young put upon student / wanted to go to university, I think it was. Then Ronnie Barker was the tight, money tight, frugal type character. And then I think recently they actually did another version of it where you had the Jason, like this is, literally because 20, 30 years between the first take and then the second one, where then he's the owner of the shop now as the elderly sort of thing. So I might just, that's cool. So we got that one done. So hopefully, who'd suggested that? I can't remember now.
Tech Productions?
Yep, Tech Productions. So I might just make a quick note on that one because that was, what was it? The Robin
Reliant.
Or was it Reliant Robin? Anyhow, whatever.
Not sure.
Robin, also Only Fools and Horses.
Yep.
So what do we got up next?
Solo's one.
That was the spacecraft mix. So what was the it was Thunderbird 2, was it?
Yeah, Thunderbird 2
launching, I think he said.
Yeah.
And then that crossed with the Futurama. What was that ship called?
Planet Express ship.
Express, that's it.
Put that in the background.
With that one in the background. Okay, then. One in Solo. When you say in the background, do you want it sort of launching, or how would you like that one? Just let us know. I can drop that in, because if I do the Thunderbird 2, I think it was a relatively easy way to get that in there. Okay, there we go.
There was another good TV show called Nightmare. I don't know if you've ever heard of that one. It was basically these kids, and they went on. It was it wasn't CGI as we know it. It was it looked like, I don't know, green screen or something. But they used to put this kind of big helmet, like a medieval helmet, onto one of the kids, and the kid would go into this room, and the rest it on kind of it was a TV screen, but it was all made up to look medieval, and they'd have to go along. It was like the Crystal Maze for kids, set in medieval world all the time. But yeah, that was really cool. I used to watch that all the time when I came home from school. Nightmare.
Nightmare. No, the only nightmare thing was there was a VHS videotape game. It's like not so much a horror, but sort of a scary, or they'd try to make it out. You'd be you had a board and you would start playing it, and then you'd play the video in the background, and then at certain times the video would come on and it would just say, okay, for the player who's XYZ, you need to do ABC or something or other. So the first time or two you played it was good, but then after that, being a videotape, it's like, okay, we know that this character's coming in at minute 15 on the clock, like so.
Yeah, but that's pretty well thought out. Like for somebody obviously thought themselves that was kind of obviously the precursor to not video games, but if somebody had the right idea there, didn't they?
Yeah. No, definitely. It's and I mean, even with the old school video games and things, the things that they used to do from a game design point of view, like in terms of the mechanics and things of that, was just always brilliant. Whereas now it's just so you can do anything, and I think back then the limitations of it forced them to create interesting things.
Yeah.
Whereas now, like it's like how real can you make a shooting game sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then slowly wanted it taking off.
Yeah, so he said, shall we say Thunderbird's the main ship? You can see and just have the Planet Express ship going along the sky.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
And Sidious, do you live in New York? We had Bagpuss. New York City was a melting pot, so we got a ton of British and European shows. That was how I watched Simon. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll correct me, but I think he does, like, he works a lot in New York, or used to, but he's originally from an area in Connecticut, which is, really close by.
Yeah. I like Stud Sidious. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's some of the you've probably seen his Star Wars mocks. What do we call them? Yeah, they're definitely mocks, but they're sort of really, really well thought out scenes and kind of vignettes and things. And I mean, he's not just limited to that. He's done a really cool Goonies one, just different ones. He's working on a Star Wars Cantina, I want to say. I'm sure I've got them.
Yeah, I think he was showing us that on a stream last week or the week before. I can't remember whose stream that was, but there was a few people on that, to be honest. But yeah.
Yeah. No, it's usually Instagram and does that, and I think yeah, he really knows his Star Wars stuff too.
Yeah. Because I hadn't heard of him until I think, was he on your 72-hour stream? Or no, it was something after. Was he on your 72-hour stream?
Yeah. On the 72-hour stream as one of the sort of co-hosts and things like that. So we'd been, the usual sort of thing, chatting online about different stuff and things, because he's done a lot of branded, like, art direction and stuff for cereal boxes, and I think he's done some Lego stuff back in the day, and all sorts of things. But he also does or has done designs for custom minifigures, and really knowing that sort of space, and from a product point of view, what actually works, and printing and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Solo says it's put you to the test, Matt. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, no, just got to. No, I've got that one in there. Try to get the Planet Express in to match it in such a way that makes sense. Looks like some people have, unsurprisingly done some interesting mocks on it in Lego. I think 6 months ago they had one of them got the 10,000 votes.
Yep.
It didn't get through, and I do wonder whether that is also a bit of a hangover from the Simpsons license, because I don't think the Simpsons did too wonderful with Lego.
I'm not sure. I don't think the CMF series did the best the second time around. I don't know about the first two sets at all. I mean, people were saying maybe it didn't get through because they're going to release more Simpsons stuff, because they did trickle out. They had the first set, then they had the second set, and then they had 2 CMFs, and then they Brickheads as well. So the Brickheads weren't out that long ago. So it looks like they're still keeping their toe in the water. I'd love if they surprised us with something else from The Simpsons. I know some people were actually. There is a Krusty Burger, I think, in ideas at the moment. There is.
Oh, okay.
We'll vote for that.
Yeah, because we got the Simpsons house, and is it a 2014 set? I think.
Probably, yeah.
Like it's a fair while ago, and I mean, even for then, like the build on it is actually really quite good. I really like that, and they like the way that it does that whole sort of clamshell opening, and like it's a really really well thought out use of space. But a couple of the characters in it, like it was just for me, like having drawn a lot, it's the sort of thing. As soon as you do. Just do it out here. So if you have a character and you have an eye, if you want to make them look drunk, you basically put the pupil up to the eye.
Right.
Because that's usually what happens when you're drunk, sort of thing. It comes down. And they've done that on like 3 of the characters.
Yeah.
You look at those characters and it's like, you've got characters that look like they're drunk. Like, how did that ever get all the way through?
I never thought of that.
Like it's just, yeah. Anyhow, and then you've got because like there's 6 characters in it, and 3 of them look like that, but then the other 3, look like normal, happy ones. Like, I mean, do you have the minifigs from those Simpsons sets?
I had not from the sets. I didn't get the sets at the time. My whole Lego thing was evolving, so I was just collecting minifigures, and I'd only started off really. I didn't have a dark age. I started collecting Lego, and when I was older, and that was all down to like having kids. I don't know if I would have gotten into Lego if I didn't have kids, to be honest. But yeah, I didn't have a dark age. Came into it. I've been collecting Lego for like nearly 8 or 9 years now, but I didn't get to either of those sets. Didn't get the Quickie Mart, and I didn't get the house. But I have the CMF minifigures, both of them. I have like duplicates of them as well. So, and at one time you could buy some of the minifigures on the Lego website, but I don't think anyone knew about that. So yeah. They did miss out on bringing out some of them as well. Like, I mean, Principal Skinner would have been a good one. There would have been a good few that they didn't bring out. I mean, they brought out Willie, so no one can say, "Oh, it's because Skinner might have been controversial or whatever."
Yeah, I think the Simpsons these days, I think a lot of people still think it's controversial because of what happened with it in the 90s. It's so like so long ago with that. And I think that was another way, just getting back to what we were talking about a little bit before in terms of watching The Simpsons these days. After watch The Simpsons, like up to about season 13 or whatever, then got into Family Guy.
Yeah.
And the thing you notice with Family Guy compared to The Simpsons is they will set up and deliver a punchline and a joke within about 20 to 30 seconds. So it feels like it's really rapid fire humor. Whereas The Simpsons, to do the same things, will stretch that out for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So if you watch a lot of Family Guy and then you go back to The Simpsons, the thing that you just feel about it is that The Simpsons now it just feels like it's slow, and not as fast paced.
Yeah.
And it had a lot of shows that since then in that sort of vein, which do something similar. So I just got. Damn it. Screens are freaking out, so. Sorry, just 1 second.
Yep.
The joys of live. Oh, our technical difficulty section. Please stand by. We need to get like a test pattern or something up on screen.
Yeah, exactly. You don't see anymore. Remember on BBC they used to have that girl. Was it a sheep she had? The test pattern when it was mad. Like TV used to close down at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, it closed down. It's like, right, we're done for now. See you back here at 6 a.m.
Yeah, test card beep, would be on. You'd be like, oh, turn it off. But there was a test card. There was a blonde girl, and I think she had a sheep or something in the picture. It's funny. But yeah, no, I like Family Guy, and I didn't like Family Guy when I saw Family Guy first, and then when I went to work, they had there was a TV and a DVR in the canteen, and it was on one day, and I didn't even give it a chance, and ever since then I said I can't say I don't like something unless I give it a chance. So yeah, and that and American Dad I like.
Yeah, because Family Guy was very much like Futurama. It was on for like 3 seasons. And it did okay, but then they cancelled it, and then they started selling DVDs, and it took off on DVD, and they're like, you know what? Even if we redo the show, because of the strength of DVD sales, if it doesn't do well on TV, we'll make up for it on DVD. And then when they did that and brought it back, because if you look at season 1, 2, and 3 are done, and then I think there's like a 2 or 3 year break before the next season because it basically got cancelled and whatever. I think something very similar happened to Futurama at one stage too, where it got cancelled, and then DVD sales meant we can make money just off the DVD sales, so we'll bring it back.
Yeah.
Because much the same. I saw Family Guy. I think it was around the time that you had like they're all trying to do it. So you had like Family Guy, King of the Hill, and there's a couple others which all came out in rapid succession. And because they're all competing with each other, none of them really got any oxygen, so they all kind of didn't do well.
Yeah. The guy who I don't know if he created Family Guy, but he created the Orville. Have you ever heard of the Orville?
No, what's that?
It's like a comedy version of Star Trek, but it came out at the same time as Star Trek Discovery, more or less. And Star Trek Discovery is something I don't like. It's even hard to explain. It's a Federation ship that was around in the past, but they had to go super secret, and they had to delete all the knowledge of this ship ever existing, and now no one knows it existed. So it was stupid. I didn't like it at all, and it was like far too advanced to be behind, the crew of Kirk and everything. I know nowadays you can't just have a show on and have bottle top dials, pretending to be a console on a spaceship, but it was overdone. It was too advanced. Like, I mean, it looked like the future, but the Orville is pretty much like the Next Generation. where it's kind of like there are funny bits. It's supposed to be a comedy. It is a comedy, but there's some serious parts, and it's a really good show. It evolved a lot. I really liked that one. But the same guy who voices Brian, I think he created Family Guy, and he definitely created the Orville. But yeah, I mean, it's just crazy the way these people go from one thing to another thing. The other show that was cancelled that came back in a big way was Rick and Morty.
Okay. Yep.
Have you watched that before?
I've seen a snippet on it, and I know they're doing all sorts of collectibles of them and stuff like that. So yeah, and it looks to be you see the designs and everything, and it's like the designs are very clearly Back to the Future inspired. Which is kind of funny because they seem to be open about it. But yeah, it's one of those things where just don't watch that much TV. So you see a lot of the stuff just floating around in other media, but it's like, yeah, one day I'll get to it.
Yeah.
Much like,
sorry, go on.
Much like one day I'll get to watching Mandalorian, and I actually quite liked the Clone Wars cartoon, like how it started off as the short 5-minute ones or whatever, and then morphed into all the different ones, and then saw all of the series up until it was bought by Disney, and then I'm sure other people know better, but it's kind of cancelled, but then they brought it back. So since they brought it back, I haven't seen any of those ones, which from what I've heard with other people talking, there's some really good episodes in that lot.
Yeah. Tech Productions has arrived back. You missed your picture, dude. But we'll be doing a recap.
Yeah, we'll do the recap.
But yeah, no, I thought that one would interest you. Art wise, all right. The Clone Wars.
What, the current one or the
either? Did you like the animation of the Clone Wars?
Yeah, it's the sort of thing like the like going back to the original hand-drawn sort of ones. Like it felt like at the time it was done by the guys which was it Samurai Jack or something? So it felt very much in that, which was kind of familiar. And I mean, all the subsequent ones, I think the way that they've generally developed Ahsoka in that has been quite good. There's been some weird episodes in there as well, like when there's one which sticks out where, what was it, Anakin goes into the Force, and it's sort of like there's good and there's a good Force and a bad Force, and needs to balance it or something, and it's sort of like, okay, this is starting to get a little bit on the weird side now. It's like the gods or deities of the Force or something. I'm sure I'm butchering the explanation, but yeah, it's but yeah, it's the sort of thing where I have the Disney Plus, and it'd be nice to find some time to watch it. But I think, as with everything, there's only so many hours in the day.
Yeah.
And homeschooling and all the rest of it.
Yeah. There was a program I was trying to think of for ages where Ulysses. Do you remember that one?
It's really familiar. I'm just trying to remember. That's the other shade of green. Brett's Builds request Monkey Magic. Are you talking about like the original 1980s dub with like Tripitaka and yeah, that was, used to love that show too. Didn't understand it, too young for it, but
yeah, I didn't understand what it was on about either. It was pretty cool though. It used to like do all that with it. Yeah.
The cloud and things, and then you spent the time and people arguing about the I don't know, the Tripitaka or whatever the character was called, and whether it was male or female. I don't know why we got so hung up on that, but it's,
I don't know. It was like the day after Top of the Pops, when Boy George was on Top of the Pops, and everyone in school trying to figure out, was that a guy or a girl? The debate used to be, it's a guy, it's a girl, but he's wearing makeup. It doesn't matter, this went on for days.
Yeah. Now you just go to Wikipedia. It's like tell you everything you want to know.
Now no one cares if it's a guy or girl wearing makeup. No one gives a damn.
No, yeah, doesn't even register.
Nope. Did you watch much Futurama?
I think I watched the first season, maybe.
Yeah.
And then I think that was back in uni days or something. So maybe it's just, I thought it was all right. I think the thing is that when it came out, people expected it to be The Simpsons, which it obviously wasn't. And with the art style being so close and everything like that, and even down to the start of the episodes with the changing gags and all that sort of stuff. Probably need a little bit of color on that one. I mean, what did you think of it?
I loved the TV show. I thought it was awesome. The TV show or the picture?
Yeah, the TV show. Although if you say the picture's awesome,
it's so, you've got it spot on. Futurama. I love Futurama. I was really sad when they cancelled it, and then, as you say, the whole DVD thing kicked it off again, and then it came back, and I think it's cancelled again now. I hope I'm wrong, but I haven't seen a new one for ages. But Sky show it all the time.
Yeah. I think the other thing too is it's always relative to The Simpsons. Like Simpsons has been going for, what is it now, 31 years?
Easily, yeah.
So, if a show comes back, has 3 seasons or whatever it was, comes back after it's been cancelled and then goes for another 10, because it's so much in the shadow of The Simpsons, it's almost like, well, it didn't do well. And it's like, well, there's not too many other shows which last 10 seasons anyhow. Like,
exactly. I mean, I think The Simpsons is the longest running sitcom, isn't it?
Yeah. Because I don't think there's anything else. I mean, purely by the fact that it's animation, because they can have the characters where they don't age. Whereas, if you do anything real life, after 30 years, people are going to show their age. So,
exactly.
Yeah, it would have to be up there. I mean, I'm sure there's probably some. What I'm trying. There's some other weird show somewhere, like longest running sitcom. Yeah. Just probably like some Korean one or some Russian one or something, which is technically the longest, but that nobody in the West has ever heard of or knows about.
Yeah.
So I think we'll just get a few more bits on this. I mean, this was made a little bit easy by the fact that they're both green, so.
Brett had another good one there. The Stargate Atlantis ship. I think they were called Star Hoppers or something. Puddle Hoppers, Puddle Jumpers, something like that. Anyway. And then Solo said, "I can't believe Futurama ended, but like all good things have to come to an end. It outstayed its welcome." No way! I loved it. I want it back.
So, there's a Futurama one done. So hopefully that is. It's always hard with these angles getting it there properly.
That's cool.
So I'll just do a quick recap. So we had Futurama, Reliant Robin, which I think Tech Productions are you around at the moment? Did you come back? You stayed. The Jawas from the egg lifting scene in Mandalorian. A K-pop. Is it technically K-pop?
No, I think it's K-drama. That's what that's called.
Okay. K-drama. TV show 2019. Mr. T, B.A. Baracus from the A-Team. Ahsoka, Knight Rider, Dobby, and Starship Enterprise from Next Generation.
Yes.
So, cool. I know we've been going for over 3 hours now. How are you feeling, Si?
Sure, I feel great.
You're okay? I think we might just do maybe one more and then maybe call it a night.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. So I guess who is going to be lucky last? What's the other ones that we've had? So there was a Jigsaw Hazard suggestion. What was another one? Atlantis. Who had? Oh, Brett Spill had Monkey Magic. Samurai Jack animation was really cool. Has there been any others? I'm just trying to remember some of the other ones.
I think there was another car, wasn't there? Somebody wanted. I think that was Brett again. Brett was shooting them all out tonight.
Yeah.
We could do something like the Stargate from Stargate.
I did the Stargate one on Kevin's stream, I think.
Or Battlecat.
Yeah, He-Man and Battlecat. Who was that? One of your side, or?
Yeah.
Just here, it's like
we didn't do Little House on the Prairie, but Ingrid's gone.
And did she come back and clarify whether she wanted the house or the Michael Landon, or didn't
I don't think so. No.
Okay. Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman. Yeah, that soundtrack's in my head now as well. For he's on by Airwolf, yeah, Brett.
Wonder
Woman. Good sound.
Just trying to think what. So I think we've gone a little. Have we gone vehicle heavy tonight? What's that? 2 characters. That's probably an even split there. Just trying to think what's I think we might go He-Man and Battlecat.
Yeah.
Because you've got the cat in there, which you haven't really. Something different. Now, just to try to think. And I think with this one, do I want to go retro? I think I'm going to go retro with this one. I won't.
Sounds good to me.
Won't try to update it or do anything too much there. So this could be an epic fail, or it might work really well. We'll soon find out. So I just might put that up there. Here we go. He-Man and Battle Cat. Retro. All right, to put that in the comments.
Retro. You know, Solo was saying that the Simpsons have outstayed their welcome, not Futurama.
Yeah, that was the thing when I recently built the Simpsons house, which was just thinking of or asking the question, how should the Simpsons end?
Interesting.
Yeah, imagine you're the writer of the Simpsons. What do you do? Do you try to wrap it up? Do you try to be something completely left field?
I would probably do something maybe involving them in the, I don't know, they could get trapped in the future, or you could have them, you could have something involving Futurama where I know Futurama Bender has been in The Simpsons, but I don't think The Simpsons were ever in Futurama. So you could have some sort of Professor Frink accident that they vanish from where they live, or if they're walking there somewhere, but they get transported to the future and they live in the future where Futurama is, and they don't die, but they're just gone. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's interesting.
Interesting, because there's a, I think there's a YouTube video out there, which does ask a similar thing, and it points to an episode where they show the Simpsons, kind of as themselves grown up and things like that, and just the relationship Bart has with his son and Lisa has with her girl or whatever it is. And I haven't seen the episode, I've just seen the commentary on it, and it actually seemed like a really good way for it to go out would have been that sort of episode, which obviously they're not going to do that because it did try to bring it full circle with Homer sort of thing, because that's the thing in the original episodes. Homer tried to be a good dad, but he's just his general he recognizes he's not smart enough, basically. But then, as the seasons went on, he just became this caricature of this bumbling oaf sort of thing. And that's the interesting thing when you go back and you watch those first couple of seasons and things like that. Like, he actually really does mean well, and he's trying to do the best, but he knows he's limited by his own intelligence sort of thing. Whereas later on, they just turn that into outright stupidity.
Where did he get all the money from for his mad antics as well?
Sorry,
where does he get all the money from for his mad antics? He's always like doing these crazy things, and they're a white collar family, but they always seem to have like enough money to do crazy things and go off on mad adventures.
Yeah.
Be good to see if they they wouldn't kill them off, because that's just something that they wouldn't do, especially if they decided they were going to bring them back. There was talk of another movie, and it was a pretty big talk of a movie, and Family Guy have been talking about a movie as well. They've said it's almost certain.
Is that in a pre-COVID-19 world?
Yeah, actually it was. Yeah, it was a documentary on like last year, I think.
Yeah, because that was the thing. Like once, I know it's going in a different direction, but once COVID lifted, or not lifted, but the restrictions were eased. It's like, oh, we can go and see a movie. And it's like, yeah, but there's actually nothing on to see, and there probably won't be anything on to see for goodness knows how long. Which then becomes a catch-22. It's like, well, how do the cinema survive with no films until then? Some of them are just redoing like really old classic films and things, but. And what was it? Was it a Disney one? Yeah, there were Mulan, the live action one, which they spent like 200 million on, and it was going to be, they're really targeting heavily for the Chinese and that sort of Asian market audience. They're going to they're strongly looking at. You had the current CEO or whoever of Disney. They had their earnings call the other day with shareholders and things like that, and they're talking about, well, we spent 200 million on this thing. What's the game plan for it? And they're like, we're actually looking at releasing it on Disney Plus as a one-off, and we're going to charge people. You have to have Disney Plus, and then we're going to charge people £30 or $30 to rent it. Quite significant. Because obviously they're trying to recoup their costs on it, sort of thing. And they're like, oh, we're going to do this as a one-off. It's just going to be a one-off. It's just going to be a one-off unless it makes a lot of money.
That's mad.
And it's just like, yeah, you can sort of see that's it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we're just going to get back to the same sort of spot. It's just like, from a Disney point of view and everything like that, if you bypass the cinemas and if that's dying anyhow, and you can put your film straight out. But then going back to the conversation we were having before about not owning anything and all the rest of it, and the price point for you get a Sky movie. Okay, it's not same day as cinema, but it's getting 6 months beyond, and that's costing anywhere from £9 to £15. To come out and then get stung with like 30. Be interesting to see if the market would take that. I mean,
I'm not. I don't like going to the cinema. I prefer, I'm probably one of those people that the movie people don't like. I wait till a lot of things come out on DVD because I just prefer to watch it at home. But I don't know. There's a lot of. I think that they're going to lose a lot of money over this whole COVID thing. Like there was something there the other day that just went straight to DVD or straight to home release on the various different things. I can't remember what it was,
Trolls,
but it was Trolls. Yeah,
because it worked out by the time. Because if the film goes to cinema distribution, and let's just say it rakes in 150 million. Then by the time the cinemas, they take their cut and everything like that, the studio itself only gets, let's just say, 75 million. Where if they release it directly and they make 75 million, then from their point of view, they haven't lost out. They're in the same position as they would have been, and they didn't have to go through the cinema and things like that. So yeah, because Trolls was a really interesting case study in that. Because Trolls 2. Because it was sort of like a mid-tier film. Like it wasn't your $200 million epic, but it still had a considerable budget behind it.
Yeah. Brett is just talking about Stargate Atlantis, or it's Stargate the last Stargate with Robert Carlyle. I can't remember what that one was actually called. Stargate something. Do you remember? Did you watch Stargate at all?
No, I had friends who were like heavily into it. So
I didn't like that last one. That last show. I liked all the other Stargates, but I didn't like that one. I just found it too slow to get going. Do you know what I mean? It was not the
Stargate. Do like an actor replacement or something? Like it wasn't.
Say again.
Like the main actor in it or whatever, it wasn't the guy, or it was like a different cast or something.
I don't know. Oh, Stargate Universe. That's what it was called. Yeah, Robert Carlyle was the main. But I think he was supposed to be the main guy, but I just didn't take to it. I just thought it was going too slow. The first one was really good. Stargate, and then Stargate Atlantis was really good. But yeah, I just couldn't get into the last one at all. It's just I tried so hard, and it wasn't available actually for a while for some reason. I don't know what that was. I think I had to watch it on something like Amazon or something. Like I remember.
Hey Joanne, great to see you in. Probably first time. They need to disrupt themselves, rethink what the movie experience is. Yeah, and I think that's a little bit what Sai was also hinting at. Like for your big epic films, which are your visual spectaculars and things like that, seeing on a big screen with a proper full surround and everything, yeah, love that. I don't like the price tag that gets associated with that with a family. You buy your popcorn, this, that, and the other. And it's like, particularly these days, you go and see the film and you're paying for the first half an hour of ads of some flavor. You get some trailers after that, but yeah, it's just gotten. But yeah, certainly that movie experience needs to be looked at and addressed.
Yeah, I mean, I try and keep away from spoilers all the time. We were queuing up to see Star Wars, and there was other Star Wars heads behind us, and one guy says to his girlfriend, "Yeah, I can't believe Solo dies," and I was like, "Are you serious? I'm in the queue to go and see it." I didn't say anything, but I was like, "Oh, what the hell?"
Yeah, it's like, why am I about to go postal on somebody?
Yeah. It's like Solo dies, and I was thinking, "No, your man's wrong," and then he died. Yes, oof. So, Tech Production says, didn't realize I was watching about 20 minutes behind. I'm with you guys live now. Yay, welcome back, Tech Productions.
It's probably the sort of thing. The thing is press pause and then come back a bit later. Welcome back, welcome back. So, for the parts that you missed, I think we're just on to the last one. So we're doing He-Man and Battle Cat Retro. And I think then we'll call it a night or an evening. So definitely, if you've been watching along and you've enjoyed this, give a thumbs up. It'd be appreciated. Subscribe would be super awesome as well. Also check out Science channel as well. These things wouldn't happen without co-hosts. So it's great that he's been along and helping out and getting all the requests through.
Thank you very much. And yes, do subscribe to Matt. He's got an awesome channel. As you see, he's a great artist. So give it a like and a subscribe.
And that would be, and much the same with Size. He's got lots of. You're basically doing daily news content these days, aren't you?
When I'm allowed to, yeah. As I said, I prefer to. I prefer to be a bit cautious, and even talking about rumors. If you talk about rumors and you get it wrong, I don't want to get stuff wrong. But yeah, I try and do as much news as I can, and even previews of sets that are going to be coming out as well. They're quite popular on the channel as well. They're consumable. They're like a minute to a minute and a half in length, and then obviously there's news, there's reviews. Reviews can go on to about 15 minutes. But yeah, there's a lot there.
Lots of good content, a bit of everything for whatever your particular addiction is when it comes to some of the Lego and the pop culture.
Whatever tickles your fancy. Joanne says, this is awesome, Matt.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Glad that you're up and about.
And 80s wants to know, is that a brush pen?
It's a Copic. Oh, sorry. The thing which I'm using to do the black, yes, it is. It's a brush pen. I'm still coming to grips with it. I don't, personally, I don't feel that I know how to use it properly. So I know there's some other people out there yeah, they do amazing stuff with it. And that's where these sorts of things are good, because I can get to practice. And there's been a couple of drawings I've done tonight where it's like, yep, it's worked really well. And there's been one or two, it's like, no, that didn't work. But otherwise, the colors are done with Copic markers, and these ones that I'm using at the moment, they've got what's called the chisel edge.
Right.
Which, again, they can do nice effects, and they're kind of designed to bleed a bit more and do some funky stuff. So, but it's all cool.
They look good.
So, and a lot of the times, like if I sit here and I do like a really fine pencil drawing, it can look great for me, but it's not going to show up on camera. So I do try to make it so people out there watching can actually see what's going on. But initially, I start off with a gray Prismacolor. That's what you can sort of see. This is a gray one here, because when you go with a thicker, bolder line, the gray almost feels like it disappears.
Right.
And for quick stuff, for quick sketching like this, it's really good. But that's, yeah, I don't know. That's more on the technical sort of side. Do you guys in the chat find that interesting, or it's kind of like, no, going over my head? I'm sure that you're into it, but yeah.
Well, I find it interesting.
Okay, excellent.
It's just that's the kind of thing I can't get out of my head onto paper. I'm not very good at art at all. It was just fascinating to watch. I mean, there's an Irish artist called Don Conroy, and he used to have this TV show on when we used to come home, and that TV show would be on. He'd do stuff like this as well. I think it was called Drawing with Don. I can't remember. But then there was obviously the English guy. What was his name? He used to Tony Hart.
Okay.
Did you hear of him?
No.
Yeah, he used to do a show called, I can't remember, but I think he had I think Morph was on his show as well. He was this like plasticine man, and he used to they used to kind of cut away and go to Morph, and he'd be walking around the table and stuff. Was hilarious. But yeah, Tony Hart. Was something Hart the show was called. Brett would probably know. He's probably typing away.
We got there. It's 80s is life left-handed. Yes, I am. When I briefly went to art school for a little bit, and being left-handed, usually in society, 1 in 9 people left-handed. When I was at art school, it was 1 in 2. So I think, it's that side of the brain and everything, which makes it a little bit more dominant. Joanne, was the pen you were using for this? What was the pen you were using for the sketch? I don't know if you're talking about the thick black line. It's this brush pen. It's a Pigma brush. Because if you're probably not going to be able to see it. I can. It feels a little bit like a paintbrush, but it means, if I can get a clear bit here to demonstrate, you're going to have a very thin sort of line. Does that come up? Yeah. Or if you then start pushing and moving it sideways, you can get very calligraphy type effects happening. And then, with a lot of control and practice, you can do like amazing things. And then it looked like a marker, but was it a pencil? If you're talking about that one, no, that's the brush pen. And then the gray, I like these Prismacolor ones. They're actually really hard to get. I find Prismacolor is kind of like the Betamax of markers, whereas Copic is the VHS. The short version of it is Copics use a felt tip on the ends, and Copics use a velvet tip. and the velvet is just so much smoother for me personally to use, and I just like that. But it's the sort of thing where Copic are now everywhere. Prismacolor, it's really hard to get, and they only do limited quantities of stuff now. So I think hopefully that's kind of answering some of those questions.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So just having a look there. So we have that. Getting a bit sidetracked here now.
There was another TV show I thought of, Heart to Heart. Speaking of Tony Hart, it reminded me of Heart to Heart.
Heart to Heart. Yeah, I remember. Again, it's one of those ones where you saw it like on being advertised or whatever, but just never. What was that one about?
It was a husband and wife detective agency, and they were both there. He was Hart and she was Hart. They were married, and they used to go off and solve crimes and murders and stuff. And they had this really cool, the old style Mercedes, the sporty Mercedes, the convertible ones. Yeah, Brett, I just remembered it was partly that art show, but yeah, no, it was pretty cool. And they had this a butler. I can't remember his name, but I'm sure if you saw it, you'd remember it. It was really good. It was on around the same time that Magnum PI was on TV.
Yeah, that's that 80s vibe.
Yeah.
Let's see. Get that. Pop that mouth out. Make that feel like it makes sense.
That is so cool.
I just got a couple more details on the mask. It's always hard when you do things symmetrically. It's just like, can't replicate it. It's like, it worked well the first time. Now I'm going to mess it up the second time.
Yes, Robert Wagner was in Heart to Heart. Joanne has just said.
Okay.
It was a really cool show. I really liked it.
I think there's been so much content over the years, and then by the time you take, whether it's British, Australian, American, occasionally some of the Canadian stuff. Did you guys ever get the what was it, Degrassi Junior High or something like that? Like,
yes, I remember the name. But I think my sister used to watch it. I don't remember watching it. Was it on Nickelodeon or something?
I don't know what it was on, but they had it was a Canadian one, and it was a little bit strange because they had the main character or whatever who was, it was a high school type thing, and was pregnant, but she was pregnant and with an egg, like literally an egg, and looking after it. It's just like, yeah, it was kind of out there, but
Now I know why my sister liked it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a thing with because I think my younger sister was really quite into it from memory. Maybe I'm projecting, but yeah, it's.
I remember Mork from Mork and Mindy being pregnant with an egg, but and like it wasn't a science fiction show, was it?
No, it was like a it was like a did you ever see Beverly Hills 90210?
Yep.
So it was kind of like a Canadian junior high school version of that.
Right.
On a budget. So it was
what was the egg bit? What was that about?
I only caught the snippets of it, but it's sort of like, I think it was trying to be one of these quasi-educational type things, like, pregnancy and having responsibility and all those sorts of things.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just remember the egg. It's like, why is this person treating this egg like it's its baby? Like,
Yeah, no, that's a good shout on Beverly Hills 90210. I used to watch that all the time. So, oh my God, I just remembered another one. Chips.
Chips?
Do you remember Chips? It was Chicago Highway Patrol, and it was so good. It was basically these two what do they call them? Not cops. Yes, what they would have called them cops. Yeah, they were highway patrol cops, and they were on these. They looked like kind of Honda Goldwing motorbikes, and there was Poncherella, and I can't remember what the other guy was called. Brett's probably typing away now. It's this, but yeah, no, it was really cool, and yeah, there were cops on bikes, and there was cool. They were in Chicago. Yeah, it was Chicago Highway Patrol. Really good.
Okay. Yeah, that's one thing I've noticed about some of the British TVs, that you guys seem to like those highway type patrol shows or whatever. What's the British one called? I can't remember.
Like there was
the motorway type ones or whatever.
Oh, like the real life ones where they kind of catch criminals. Yeah,
no, when they have breakdowns on the side of, like, you know, the really busy roads. And
I'd ask Lorraine, but she wouldn't. She's not here. There is that one you just mentioned, and then there's another one. I can't remember the name of it. But Chips was like Chips was like in the A Team. It was a fictional kind of thing.
Okay.
There was Dempsey and Makepeace was a British program, and that was basically another kind of detective show. But there was an American. I think the guy was American, and I don't know if he was sent over to work with the British detectives. But that was good as well. That was a really good show. That I don't think it lasts as long as it should have. John is saying Eric Estrada. Eric Estrada. Now, is that an actor, or is that the name of a show?
Probably talking about an actor or something.
I know the name.
Or maybe it's a TV show. I don't know. It's like, it's completely foreign to me.
And Brett's saying Erie, Indiana. I remember hearing about Erie, Indiana as well.
It just occurred to me, like, if I'm going to go retro on He-Man's skin color, I don't actually have the right color. It's another flavor of orange. Although, wait a minute, maybe if I got the other. Don't mind me, I'm just talking to myself.
Did you have any of these toys, the He-Man toys?
Oh yeah, had a couple of them, and then very much into them. And then I think Transformers came along, and that was the end of that.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting getting back to what you were saying before about Transformers, and in terms of not being able to get into any of the shows other than the original ones. And I was much the same. And then in a recent one, I think it's called Transformers Prime, they had the original voice actors, Peter Cullen and Frank Welker, come back, and they do the Megatron and Optimus Prime voices.
Oh.
And as soon as you hear those voices again, it's like, yep, I can accept this. I mean, the series, I think it's sold most of it at some stage. It's actually quite good. So certainly, and it does make such a difference, because you look at some of those other ones, and you know, Optimus Prime has that voice, Megatron has that voice, and if you see the early 2000 shows of Transformers, it's just like they don't have the voice. So it's almost like before you're getting past the starting gate, it's already failing.
Yeah.
So
is that? Sorry, go on.
No, go.
There was one is a Transformers that I watched recently. Oh, sorry, Joanne's saying the actor in Chips. He was the one who played Punch. Thank you for that. Um, Matt was a big
He-Man fan.
Oh, but yeah, I watched this version of Transformers recently, and I don't know which one it was, but Optimus Prime was dead, and there was there were children in it, and they were hanging out with the Transformers, and they seemed to be solving crimes or something. I just couldn't get into that at all. I was like, oh God, help me! But so you reckon Transformers Prime is good to get into?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. It's like I did. I think it was 3 seasons, and then they did a film. Um, and yeah, because there's been so many. I mean, there's one at the moment which is just kicking off on, I want to say, Netflix, which seems to harken back to a lot of the original '80s designs as well.
Oh,
Um, so yeah, I mean that was the nice thing with kind of like the Bayverse. At least with Bumblebee, you did get like the initial opening sequence on Cybertron, and they looked like um, the '80s designs of the toys.
yeah,
Uh, so a bit of fan service, but I don't know. For me, having watched the originals, Bumblebee was that not so much a goofball character, but he was the character to see the world through, to let kids into it,
yeah,
and so he was always that. You know, they had him in the original thing as a bit of a scout, and you know he wasn't a powerful character, and now they've tried to make him into this really powerful character, you know, leadership material, Optimus Prime type level, and it just doesn't. I just can never see that.
yeah. The You just reminded me of something there. We were in Smith's. This is slightly off topic. We were in Smith's, and there was this clearance Optimus Prime, and he was made of metal. And I was like, "Oh my god!" When I had Transformer toys, they were made of metal.
Yeah,
And this was a pretty big, maybe about an 8-inch tall cabin, and maybe a 7 or 8 inch length. And I was like, oh my god. And it was only like 25 euros. And I was like, this is awesome. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna get this Optimus Prime. It transforms, it'll be brilliant. So I was looking at it and I was like, where does it transform? On the bottom it said does not transform. Why would you
yeah,
say transform? It doesn't it's just Optimus Prime as a truck. Are you crazy? So no, I was wondering why there was 4 in clearance.
yeah. It's. I mean, of the original Transformers line, that was the death knell. It's like because he had the Action Masters line, which came out in like 1990s, and it's much the same. It's like Transformers that don't transform. You've just taken away the main named play feature. Like what?
Yeah, exactly. Um, Standalone Bricks, hey, how are you doing?
Hey,
Ingrid Win.
Stan.
Hey, Cheese was wondering if this is a 5-hour stream. And Nullig is in bed, but he's saying hello to us from his tablet.
Oh, hello. Like,
And one of his messages is Kefto or Ketfo. Hi.
okay, is that is like Irish or something? Sorry, I'm not.
No, he's just tapping on buttons.
Okay. Accidentally hit send.
Yeah, Nullig, please go sleep.
I was going to say, it's like you might just be dobbing yourself in, but I appreciate it.
Exactly. And Lex has come in with a question mark. What's going on?
Hey, Lex, you here? How you going? So I think Lex popped in a bit earlier.
Yep.
I think a little bit of finalized color and
That's so cool. If I attempted that, it would look rubbish.
I think a lot of the times too, it's as a kid, I don't think I ever really stopped drawing. There's only really 2 times I remember that I've really stopped doing anything, and that was the last 2 years of high school because I just focused on studies and things like that. And I remember as soon as the last exam was done, I went home and started drawing. Um, didn't go out, didn't do anything. I just wanted to draw, which by that stage, there's people who'd known me and they'd never known that I could draw, and they're like, "Where did this come from?" It's like I used to do it all the time.
Really?
And then, yeah, because I started off like when I was a kid, I grabbed the remember the Garfield comics and things like that, the Jim Davis stuff. Used to just get a hold of those and I'd just copy them. So and that taught me proportion and things like that, because with that, if you didn't get it right, it looked terrible. Like it just didn't look right. So and then it just went from there. And then the other time was when we first came to the UK, because had young kids and everything like that, and between juggling everything else, it's just like I just don't have time. But now they're getting a bit older. I mean, what it's like when you got really young kids. You don't get 5 minutes to yourself.
Don't.
Seeing if I got it. I've got the way of a light flesh color. I'm just going to bite the bullet on this one. So yeah, as we're just sort of starting to finish up here, again, thanks very much for Sai for coming along and hosting. Really appreciate that. Like it's just it just helps out so much, because to try to draw and keep track of the chat and everything is I know some people can do it. I'm not one of them.
Matt, do you know Joanne?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
So,
because she's saying you used to draw this stuff all the time, you'd not go to the beach with us. He would do this instead. He hated the beach. Well, I'm no fan of the beach either, Joanne. I tell you.
Yeah. It's the I always put it down to having Scottish heritage. If I think of the sun, I get sunburnt.
Oh, me too.
So, I mean, that's why when people are sort of like, "Oh, you moved from Australia," and they look at you quizzically, it's like, why on earth would you ever do that? And it's just like, the hot weather, just, I can't. Never been good at dealing with it. That said, like when I was a kid, I lived in Canada for a while, where up north, and where it was like -40 in winter, 4 foot of snow, all that sort of stuff. So I went, UK, nowhere near as cold as Canada. It'll be fine. There was one little slight miscalculation in all of that. It's called rain.
Yep.
It's just, at least like in Canada, it would be really cold, but clear blue sky. Whereas you know what it's like here. It's cold. It's overcast. The rain just gets into you if you're outside. Like,
if I won the lotto, I'd go to Canada in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I love the snow. I prefer it to be cold than hot, because if you're cold, you can control it. You can throw a few jumpers on or whatever. But if you're hot, and you've nothing left to take off. You know what I mean?
That you can do in public, sort of thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's much like today. Like, we went over some friends, just caught up with them and whatever. And yeah, you're sitting in the shade, and you're still, because it was so humid, you're still just dripping. Like, not dripping, but you couldn't really get cool with that.
Yeah.
So, but each their own with that sort of thing. I think I'm just going to look at that.
That's awesome.
Call it done. So that is He-Man and Battle Cat in a retro sort of style. So I tried to stick with that cell animation look. I'm just looking at one or two things there, and it's like, oh, it's still bugging me. I might just sort of see if I've got a third green, and then I think we'll call it Itsy on that one. So definitely, for everybody out there, thanks very much for being here. I've appreciated that. If you can hit the subscribe, subscribe would be great, but the thumbs up, that works just as well, and we really appreciate it. And definitely too, Sai's channel, check him out. He does a lot of dailies content, which is all great. And his channel description is down in the links below. I think this green's going to be too green. It's just blue. Maybe I'll do a blue. I don't have any light blues. Yeah. Anyway, I think, what are we going to do with that? No, I'll leave it there. So we'll do that. We'll just do a quick recap of what we had today. So, in reverse order, He-Man and Battle Cat retro. Then we had Thunderbird 2 launching with the the Planet Explorer from Futurama. Was it the Reliant Robin?
Yep.
From Only Fools and Horses. Then we have the Jawas with the egg from The Mandalorian. Then we have K-Drama 2017. B.A. Baracus, Mr. T. Ahsoka from The Clone Wars. Knight Rider. Dobby the House Elf. And Enterprise from The Next Generation. So that's that there. And just quickly go through everyone who was here and who's been chatting away and everything like that. It's been fantastic. Thanks to Joanne and that. I'm seeing a few questions. When is the next one? I'm planning on making this a weekly thing, so it will be the same time next week, which starts at 8 p.m. UK time, 3 p.m. New York time, and I always say silly o'clock in Australia, which works out to be quick numbers. I think it starts at about 5 a.m. in Sydney or something like that. That's when it will be next Saturday. If any of you guys are interested in co-hosting like Sai has been, just drop me a line. You can do that. The co-host generally, which I'll be doing, will get to choose the theme and have the first choice of the sketch to be done. So Sai, great thing that we chose tonight, covered a lot of ground. He chose TV shows and he wanted the Enterprise, so we did that there. And thanks to people who've been along tonight. So we've had Brett's Builds, Joanne, Ingrid, Brickish. I think we had Brick Clicker, Tech Productions, It Teases Life, Ingrid Wynn, Norlag. Said Brickish before. Just quickly, I mean, the Daily Brick was in for a little bit.
Solo.
Solo was in. Stud Sidious, Standalone Bricks. Sort of going back through here, trying not to miss anyone. I'm sure that I will. Obviously, everybody who did that. Sean Studios. Just looking through, and I think we've got everyone. Again, thanks very much for joining us. Really appreciate that. And we'll do it all again same time next week. Have a great one, guys. On my channel, obviously going to be doing this again next week. I won't be doing the Friday stream this week because I'm actually going to be staying at Leeds Castle. So that's going to be great. Ooh. And should be able to do another video on that. I've been doing full walkthrough tours in like 5 or 10 minutes of the castles in the UK. So I've done Hever Castle, Leeds Castle, Hampton Court Palace. We're going out to Tower of London tomorrow, so they should expect another one of those. So for anyone who isn't around London and you want to see what those castles are like in a quick bite-sized format, a little bit of history, check out my channel. That's what's happening at the moment there. So thanks again, Si. Have you got any final sort of words you wanted to get out?
No, just thank you. Thanks for having me on. I think you did a great job. And yeah, can't wait to see who you have on next week.
All right, brilliant, excellent. All right, thanks very much for that. Thanks to everybody out there, both in YouTube and Twitch, and I will see you next time until we talk about all things Lego and lifestyle. See you later. Bye.
Bye.